Hello and welcome everybody to another Monday stream. Today I'm playing some more Shadowrun Hong Kong. Just finishing up the side quests before we move on to the final couple missions. And then post that we have the post-game stuff, so looking forward to that. Anyway, give me just a moment and I'll get this all switched over. Hope everyone is having a lovely day. I am still sick, so apologies if I suddenly have to mute or something like that. Yeah, that's your heads up that the illness is still around. As I start coughing. Alrighty, so I still need to talk to Gobbet a bunch because I haven't gotten her companion mission yet, and I would really like to do that. Wuxing won't know what hit them. The embarrassment of their own geomantic science turned against them will sit unfavorably on the tongues of Wuxing executives and maybe even get a few people terminated. They'll know it wasn't just the building you battered, you sent a message. Everyone has a weakness that can be exploited. The change in feng shui should keep them spinning for weeks, and while you weren't able to disrupt all their qi, you still managed to waste Wuxing's temple, the most important task in your client's plan. With the company focusing on restoring their temple, it will be some time before they discover the full extent of your assault. I did have a feeling that, like, the office section of the feng shui mission, it was just going to be, let's move everything like 2 inches to the left. I feel like that would have done it, just enough. Alrighty, so, speaking of Gobbet, let us go and bother the shaman. Gobbet, how you doing? As you enter Gobbet's cabin, 2 things grab your attention. First is Gobbet herself. She looks exhausted, bleary-eyed. The easy smile that you've come to associate with her is nowhere to be seen. The second is what she's doing. Gobbet appears to be in the middle of a valiant attempt to stuff a whole roasted duck into a saucepan half its size. The bird's rubbery neck flops from side to side with every heave of her shoulders. She looks up from the saucepan, blinking. A corner of her mouth twitches upward, but the half-smile falls away almost immediately. Oh, hey, Seattle. Caught me at a bad time. I was just making dinner. Yeah, it looks that way. Wouldn't that work better if you cut it into smaller pieces first? Compressed duck. Look, it looks delicious. I've been watching the struggle. It looks like the duck is winning. Compressed duck. It looks delicious. Huh? She blinks down at the duck and her mouth dips into a frown. Oh yeah, I guess that it is getting a little squished, isn't it? I could use a bigger pot, but I'd have to wash it first. She glances down at the pile of dirty clothes and assorted detritus on the floor of her cabin. And to do that, I'd have to find it, but I'm hungry now, and I've got this duck, so... She gives the bird another heave. Something gives way with an audible crunch. Anyway, you, want something? I'm up to my elbows in mallard. You feeling okay? You don't look well. She rubs the bridge of her nose with a pair of greasy fingers, leaving smudges of duck fat behind. It's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I've felt, I don't know, preoccupied with the sinking ship. I don't really do the whole haunted by demons of my past thing. I mean, that's fine for some people, but I'm allergic to drama. Generally, my thoughts of the past. Generally when the English is hard. Generally when thoughts of the past get me down, I remind myself that it doesn't matter, I laugh it off, and go have a snack. But this, I don't know, it's weird. Ever since our last lesson, I haven't been able to get the sinking ship out of my mind. She looks down at the pot full of mangled duck on the counter, closes her eyes. I guess I'm just worried about Kat and Mal, which is weird because why would I be? I mean, I haven't even spoken to them in years. Hell, if anything, they should be worried about me. I'm the one who gets shot at for a living. Maybe we should go check it out? The sinking ship isn't far, is it? No, I don't want to do that, at least not without a good reason. It'd be awkward, and I'm sure that it's nothing anyway. Actually, check that. I know what this is. It's my own personal version of the same thing that we're all feeling, the psychic sewage that's been dredged up in all of us by whatever's happening in the walled city. I'm sure that you've had flashes of memory from the Barrens in your bad dreams, right? Images from your past come back to haunt you, but you aren't gonna drop everything and go running back there, because that would be dumb. So tell me, why should I? Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here and it couldn't hurt to check? You're right, you shouldn't, so quit making excuses and forget about it. Because the sinking ship is like 15 minutes from here, it couldn't hurt to check. Look, I don't want to go back there if I don't have to. If thinking about the place is enough to mess with me like this, I don't want to know what being there will do, but I'll tell you what. I'll drop Malvina a line just to check in, maybe make sure that this is a me problem and not a them problem, and if there is something going on, I promise you'll be the first to know. Alright, Gobbet, if that's the way you want to play it. It is. Now, was there anything else you wanted, or can I get back to my dock? Any thoughts about the last run? It always surprises me how much corporations will pay to screw up a competitor's feng shui. Hell, they'll even take each other to court over architecture that blocks chi. It has a real impact though. A little shift here and there might not seem like much, but even fractions of a penny lost in their stock value is millions. Gobbet shrugs, pursing her lips. I could see us change the flow of chi in that building, but I still have no idea how to make it work for me. You need a real specialist for that, like a Taoist priest or something. Based on what I could see though, I think Wuxing's fortunes will wane at least for the time being. They'll fix what we broke eventually, but until then, there may be a rash of stubbed toes. So what else did you want to chat about? That's it. Thanks, Gobbet. Yeah, sure. And Seattle, everything will be fine. You'll see. If there is anything fishy happening in the sinking ship, you and Iz will be the first to know, I promise. Okay. Isabel, you got anything new? We went to Isabel's cabin to find her jacked into the octopus. Her body slouches motionless, tethered to the machine. The computer's large display flickers to life again, just as it did last time. Isabel's avatar fills the screen. This isn't helping. The avatar frowns down at you, a look of supreme dissolution on its face. I'm decking, I'm in my safe space, and it doesn't help. The memories are just as painful as they are in the real world. Your memories are part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave that behind. Can't you just try not to think about it? Yeah, it sucks. I get it. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Your memories are part of you. Decking doesn't make you leave that behind. No, I guess that it doesn't. White plumes of static flow from the avatar's fists. She's shaking. It fucking should, though. I can't handle not having a way to escape from this. So what are you going to do about it? I don't know, okay? I just don't. You know what? Hang on. The avatar winks off the screen and the terminal powers down. Isabel's body shudders. It's familiar a familiar tremor. Her consciousness is flooding back out of the matrix and into her meat. Her eyes flutter and she takes a sharp breath. Slowly, shakily, she rises from her perch on the floor. You're here for more questions, right? She coughs into the crook of her arm, wipes her nose with her sleeve. I'm sure that you are. Why else would you be bothering me? So spit him out, and I'll go digging around in that cesspit I call a memory. Who knows? Maybe we can find a clue. Calm down, Iz. We're on the same side here. I know that you're hurting, Isabel. If venting helps, go ahead. Honestly, the second one is the more appropriate, I think. She takes a deep breath, makes a visible effort to calm herself. No, that wasn't like me. This isn't the person I want to be. I'll be okay. I can handle this. Just ask me your questions, okay? Let's get this ball rolling. I have a question about the walled city. Clenches her jaw and nods. Go on. Gobbet told me about your escape from the walled city, just like you said she would. Gobbet said that you didn't want her to guide your parents out of the walled city, that you wanted them left behind. Nah, Gobbet told me about your escape, just like you said she would. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Why are you telling me about it? Because I want to get your side of the story, because the answer she gave me raised more questions. No particular reason, just wanted to see what you'd say. So I wanted to get your side of the story. Perspective is important. She sighs. Alright, fine, if that's what you want. The walled city was a hellhole, you already know that. But for all its failings, it was a good teacher. It taught me to hide, to stay small and unnoticed and insulated to survive. It taught me that the fish on the perimeter of the school get eaten, that sticking your neck out is a fool's errand, but that even fools can have their uses. It also taught me to recognize a stronger person when I met one, and how to use that strength for my own benefit. So when I met Gobbet, I knew that she had something I didn't. Her magic, you mean? She nods, and her connection to Rat, and her willingness to risk her own neck on a whim. We were different people then, still are now, but the differences were even more pronounced when we were kids. Care to elaborate on that? I find that hard to believe. You two are nothing alike. If you were so different, how did you two get along? Care to elaborate on that? Gobbet was playful and carefree. She could hold her own in a scrape, but she mostly saw life as a game. As for me, well, I knew that it wasn't. I couldn't have been more than 9 or 10 at the time, but even at that age I saw Gobbet for what she represented, what she could be. Your best friend? No, that didn't happen until later. What I saw in her was a road out of the walled city, a path to freedom disguised as a little girl with dreadlocks. And as it turned out, I was right. She pauses, her eyes flit to the ground, and she tightens her hands into fists. Ever since I unlocked these damn memories, I can't go 10 minutes without thinking about what might have happened if I hadn't followed Gobbet out of that place. It's like a vicious cycle running over and over in my head. I hate it, but it won't stop. I feel guilty. You needed help and you took it. That's nothing to be ashamed of. It's bothering you because it's still fresh. Give it some time and you'll get over it. We all lean on each other. It's how we survive in the shadows. Get over it. You needed help and you took it. That's nothing to be ashamed of. Gives me another reason to feel grateful to her. I guess that's something. I've always known that I owed Gobbet, but now I remember how much and why. Anyway, that's my side of the story. I hope that it satisfied your curiosity. Now let's move on. Gobbet said that you didn't want her to guide your parents out of the walled city, that you wanted them left behind. She nods miserably. Yes, but not for anything that they'd done. My parents were good people. They fled Somalia to try and find a better life for their children. It wasn't their fault that they wound up in the walled city. I wanted them left behind for me. For you, what do you mean by that? People don't ask for their loved ones to be left in hell for no reason. You want to talk about it? Not particularly, but I get the feeling that you'll look at me differently until I do, so I will. She tapped her temple. I wanted them left behind because of this. I knew what I was going to have to do. I'd planned it well in advance. After I got out, I was going to find someone who could make my childhood go away. How would that have struck if my How would that have stuck if my parents were around, if I had a living reminder right there next to me? It wouldn't have, so they had to stay. That's cold, Isabel. You did what you had to do. You were just a kid. I probably would have made the same decision in your shoes. You did what you had to do. Yeah, I did. Besides, I was sure that they'd be fine. They were my parents, grown-ups, they'd be alright. She heaves a sigh. Before you ask, I checked. They're gone now. I can't go riding to their rescue. I made a decision when I was a kid. It felt like the right one at the time, and now I have to live with it. Until you store the memories again, you mean? We all have to live with things that we regret, such as life. We all have to live with things that we regret. I didn't always. Until very recently, I couldn't remember any of this. Now let's change the subject, okay? Anything else would be fine. Why did you have your memories locked away? Why do you think they were awful, traumatic? I'm not talking about personal trauma here. I was fortunate enough to avoid the fates of many of my peers. I didn't get pressed into service in a brothel. The organ leggers didn't get me. I only had to watch one of my siblings die. She frowns. So yeah, it could have been worse, but that doesn't make an early life in the walled city any easier to bear. Hang on, you watched one of your siblings die? She nods. Yes, my older brother, Cabdale. Cabdale? Heroin overdose. He was 19, almost the same age that I am now. Oh, that's awful. There are worse ways to go than ODing. Take comfort in that. I'm sorry you had to watch that. Oh. All three of these options are bad. But, yeah. This feels like a cop-out. Like, there are worse ways to go than ODing. That's... I'm sorry you had to watch that. Me too. Want to hear something awful? I almost envied him. He got out easily. He got out easy compared to a lot of people who die in the walled city. There was no violence. He wasn't taken by organ leggers or gunned down by the triads. He just put a spike in his arm, depressed the plunger, and stopped breathing. Quick and easy. I'm sorry. Or, you could have done the same. You didn't. But you didn't. You were stronger than that. It's nothing to do with strength. I'm sorry. Don't be. His death was a lesson, and I did my best to learn from it. Everything that happened in my childhood was that way. A lesson in disguise. Lessons about impermanence and the random cruelty of life. Lessons about what a huge mistake it is to get attached and how to prioritize your own survival no matter what. You're speaking my language. I learned the same lessons when I was a kid. Those lessons were important. They kept you alive, but it's just as important to know when to leave them behind. I learned some of the same lessons when I was a kid. She nods. I know we all carry the same scars. You, me, you and me and Gunshow and Gobbet. Some run bigger and deeper than others, but we've all got them. Her voice goes small. I didn't want mine anymore. Abruptly, she turns away. And that's enough of that. Ask me something else, Red. I don't want to talk about this anymore. That's all for now. Can we talk about something else? Please, to be honest, almost anything would be preferable. Any thoughts about that last run? You know, that wishing run is the kind of thing you'd never see outside of China. Nobody's gonna hire you to run around tilting paintings and breaking potted plants in Stockholm or Florence. Here, though, that stuff has real power. I've seen it work. A few subtle shifts in geomancy can make or break projects, people, even companies. I don't have any idea how it works, but I've seen too many people's fortunes shift as soon as a feng shui master gets involved. I'm also not sure how much it can affect the fortunes of a company as big as Wuxing, but even a small shift is enough to cost a company like that millions of nuan. I've gotta go. Be well. You too. Hello, Duncan. You walk into a mess. Half-eaten cans of food litter the floor, and personal equipment is strewn about in haphazard fashion. Amid the mess, Wu sits in his bunk with his back against the wall. He has a PDA in his hands and he's staring down at it, sullen and morose. He doesn't acknowledge your entry. Want me to come back later? Now it's your turn to look like shit. We have stuff to talk about. You want me to come back later? Doesn't matter. He doesn't look up. Go, stay, whatever. I assume that you're here to talk. What are you looking at on the PDA? Video of Edward Sang. Can I see it? Sure, why not? Wu taps a button and turns the PDA around so you can see. The footage shows a serious Chinese man in an expensive suit sitting behind a large solid wood desk covered in blueprints. The man is holding a magnifying glass over one of the plans and studying it intently. He folds the blueprint over and checks the one beneath. The nameplate on the desk reads Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects. The video is rough and contains no sound. It may have been footage for a documentary that was never completed. The next shot is from some sort of planning meeting in a glass-enclosed conference room. The serious man is sitting at the conference table, pointing to a large map and looking up at the men standing around him. He is explaining something. They look at each other and nod, clearly impressed by what he has to say. The whiteboard at the end of the room bears the words groundbreaking 21st May 2022, written in bold characters, Raymond's writing. The footage cuts to a scene of two people talking at the end of a long hallway. They don't appear to know that they're being recorded. It's the serious man listening intently to what the older woman has to say, nodding with his arms crossed and his thumb to his lips. The woman is the same one that was in the taped video called The Kindly Chang Showed You. Josephine Sang. She is somewhere in her late middle age, beautiful and very clearly in charge. The two look up at the same time, see the camera and begin waving their hands for it to be turned off. The woman appears angry but cold. The video ends and Wu puts his PDA face down on his bunk. Wu shrugs his shoulders, searches your eyes. Who is that guy? Edward Sang, Vice President of Special Projects for Sang Mechanical Services. The guy who cleaned us up, gave us a home. I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. Yeah, me either. Maybe when we find the plastic-faced man, we'll get some answers. Until then, Raymond Black is Raymond Black, and this guy is someone else. I've been thinking about the way you and Raymond used to butt heads. What about it? Never really had that problem with him. I think that's one of the reasons you were so angry with me when I left. I had a better relationship with him. I never really had that problem. Of course not. You knew how to avoid conflict with him, and you had that way of diffusing him when he started with that intense array thing he used to do, remember? Intense array? I haven't thought about that in a long time. I think you were the one who came up with that name. It was like the summer after we started living with him and Mrs. Maloney. Braid found out that we hadn't followed one of his rules. I don't remember which. There was a long list. You bought some nerps. He hated crap like that. I think you were still smoking. That was when he found out you'd broken his no dating until you graduate rule. No, it wasn't about David. That was the following summer. I think it was about smoking. Wait, is Duncan gay? Cool. Yeah, that's right. I was smoking and he was pissed and said that fat kids who smoke die faster. So just to be obstinate, I told him I like to smoke and we got into it. Then you came in and diffused the whole situation. Wu stops talking and his expression becomes thoughtful. I think that's why I was so resentful when you took off, especially after Mrs. Maloney died. You were the only one who could get through to him when he became intense array. I remember the last time it was when Double Tray got taken. Like the day the 162s decided they wanted our squat. I did have a talent for getting Raymond to calm down when you two started going at it. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the third one. Especially that last time, the week you left, Wu's expression hardens, he picks up the PDA again. I don't want to talk anymore, Melinda. I've got enough on my mind as it is. Stuff like my father betraying my trust. Fair enough. Okay. Got 11 points. Ah, that looks like enough to put Conjuring and Spirit Control up. I'm probably gonna do that. Alright, let's see. Hey, Crofty. Is the armor just like plus armor and nothing else now? Get myself some armor. I won't. I don't have enough health to worry about it, honestly. Can you quickness 6 to get haste 4? What? Get me some haste 3. Get one of those as well. Oh cool, I had one still. Lovely. Didn't realize. Got 6 medkits. Weapon has been customized with a bullet silvering chamber. Creating makeshift flechette when fired. This lowers accuracy but can cause mild to extreme bleeding on the target. Neat. Shame I can't use it. Heh. Eh. Yeah, I'm sure it's fine. Okay. So. Might go on the kidnapping mission. Means Duncan is coming along. Alright, we want a Deca. We want a Duncan. We want a Ractor because Ractor is hilarious. Also, he counts as 2 characters instead of 1. Wait. Save. That one. Decker. Rigger. Specialist. Confirm. Let's go. Uninvited guests. A tangle of marine decorum, restless lights, and ambrosial scents mingle atop a floating quay to accent the Shangri-La and Badine Harbour's premier dining location. With competitive views of the surrounding bay, the restaurant attracts a steady crowd of tourists and wuxing personnel. The primary money man for the 289's Cheung Sing Rooster Low is enjoying a rare meal outside of the triad-held territory. Intel says he's set up in one of the restaurant's private dining rooms, but he's not alone. Rooster keeps a personal bodyguard, a notorious orc called the Talon. In addition to his regular security detail, you've seen photos of the Talon's handiwork. Bodies so battered it's hard to tell where one bruise ends and the next begins. Your mission: locate Rooster, extract him from the Shangri-La, and deliver him to your client alive. Simple, fast, low profile, of course. Even the simplest of runs can go sideways. Ugh. Yeah, I'm expecting this to go poorly. Alright. My gear's set. Team. I would like you to have one of those. You to have one of those. You get to have one of those. You all have so much more health than me. You can have the good health kits. It's fine. Pick me up when I eventually fall over, please. Appreciate it. Am I better off leaving one of the summons behind? Probably. And I'll take an extra health kit. Don't ask questions, it's fine. I don't have enough health for this shit. Game auto-saved? How lovely. Locate Rooster's dining room, extract Young Sing Rooster Low. Hello! Stepping into the interior hallway of the Shangri-La, you're confronted by a massive wall of troll. The restaurant's front door security. He speaks with surprising elocution. Welcome to the Shangri-La. We strive to provide our patrons with an exquisite dining experience. If you have any questions or require special accommodations, don't hesitate to speak with our staff. Small crowd. Where are all the diners? Most of the weekday business is confined to private rooms upstairs, corporate affairs and such. He looks you up and down, frowns. Please keep in mind that any disturbances will be promptly de-escalated by our security. We reserve the right to bar service to unruly patrons. Thank you and enjoy your meal. Notice that your security is a bit light tonight. You sure you have enough guards to deal with bigger disturbances? What security? I don't see any guards around. You say that, but I don't see any guards working here. Should I put it to the test? I'm not going to, like, aggravate the security. That sounds like a terrible plan. Thanks. Waitress. Crab was truly amazing. I just wish I didn't have to wait an hour to get it. Oh boy! A waitress swamped with orders is caught unaware by your approach. Oh, welcome to the Shangri-La, Mum. Our hostess will seat you as soon as she gets back. You're welcome to wait in the lounge. This will only take a second. A loud exhalation escapes from through her nose, and her eyes dart toward the kitchen. She musters an empty smile and nods in false hospitality. Absolutely, Mom. What is it you need? I'm looking for someone, Mr. Lowe. He has a reservation here tonight. Sorry, I'm not familiar with that name. I'll bet a hard-working race just like yourself is good with faces. You'd certainly remember this man. He travels with a big orc who's got a nasty scar on his cheek. She fiddles with a scratch pad and eyes the plenteous orders scrawled across its top page. After a moment of consideration, she speaks. I might know the orc if he's who I'm thinking of. He only comes around a couple times a year. I've never served him, but I've heard he gets real pushy with the other waiters. Pushy, huh? Why's that? He's allergic to shellfish, I think. We get so many orders, sometimes mistakes are made. A hint of fear flashes across her face. I didn't just say that. I can assure you our service is second to none. She nervously peeks over her shoulder. Come on now, you must have heard where the orc and Mr. Lowe are eating. Since you have to make sure allergy-related orders get to the right place. Don't pull that act on me. You know where the orc is eating. Spill. Tell me where my friend's eating, and I won't mention this your little indiscretion to a soul. Come on now, you must have heard where the orc and Mr. Lowe are eating, since you have to make sure allergy-related orders get to the right place. Ma'am, this is the Shangri-La. We have 24 private dining rooms in addition to our main dining room. As I've already said, I serve out here. Your friend could be in any one of our other rooms. Now excuse me, I need to place these orders. Enjoy your meal. And with that, she wheels around and marches toward the kitchen. Okay, bye. Chatty customers always killing my tips. Interesting. I can't believe they're late again. Wait for target. Ordering computer. Henry! You have a name. A well-dressed man sits alone at the bar, elbows propped atop the counter. His face is hard, eyes blank. He swirls the contents of his half-empty glass as if it's a stupor. Between the swollen eyes and whiskey double, it isn't hard to guess his mood. As you approach, he rubs his temples and graces you with a lazy sideways glance, mumbles under his breath. Yeah, not like I can dig myself any deeper. Excuse me, I didn't catch that. Rough day. You have a problem? 'Cause that attitude is the best way to find one. Rough day? He looks at you again through dull, bloodshot eyes, but his gaze drifts elsewhere before returning to his drink. Lost 2 contracts, missed a third, late for a meeting, and publicly shamed by my coworker, all during the 9 to 5, new record, far as I can tell. He takes a long pull from his glass, exhales. At least I got that going for me. How do you lose your contacts? Wish I knew. One of them was almost a done deal, but for some reason the client suddenly changed their tune, and the contract slipped away before I could officially close it. The other 2 contracts were for ongoing clients, people I'd worked with for years, but somehow forgot about their annual renewal date, and a more diligent co-worker picked them up. I got no credit for the long-term partnership with those clients. If anything, I now look worse for losing them, even though I brought them into Wuxing in the first place. He leans back and lets out a weary groan. His breath reeks of alcohol. Sounds like too many coincidences to me. Think someone's working against you. And just who is this diligent co-worker of yours? This doesn't sit right. You ever forgotten something as big as contract renewal before? Sounds like too many coincidences to me. You think someone's working against you. You kidding me? Everyone's at each other's throat in this business. He downs the rest of his drink, signals to the bartender. In a single movement, the bartender leans over and refills the glass. Fair, but is there someone who would have benefited most from what's happening to you? I'm serious, Henry. You know what? I think you're scared of the truth. Fair, but but is there someone who would have benefited most from what's happening to you? He considers this. The newcomer, David. Henry nods his head toward the group at the end of the bar, an elf at its center. Him. He came out of nowhere and has become a rock star with upper management. He's been making connections and deals like a whooshing veteran like me. That's odd. I think you found your culprit. He's definitely up to no good. That's odd. You're telling me? You want to know what I think? He leans toward you, glassy eyes looking through you to who knows where. The scent of booze wafts off him. I think he's got family connections, people in high places, and he's been using them to his advantage. Backs off and shrugs, rocking precariously on his chair. I don't know, it's just a thought. You might be onto something. Henry grunts and stares into his glass. No, just wishful thinking. Well, I'm going to find out. If you say so, see you around. Let's go find out. David? Security guard. Chef Yan Long. A heady aroma of spices and sweat bombards your senses. As the cooks move through the kitchen, scents churn in their wake. Some sharp, some sweet, some altogether unfamiliar, but all delicious. The chef barks an order to his assistant, searing fish, then whirls around, muttering fervently to himself. He stops short once he notices you standing in his kitchen. I told them I needed an extra server, not a hobo. Shoo. He gestures toward the door and returns to tasting an array of sauces. Oh, I can access it from this side. An open program tackling food orders and their respective tables flickers steadily on the computer screen. AccuServe from Renraku Shangri-La Restaurant. The menu pops up with options to view or place orders. Following the menu is a dining room chart that's been broken down into server zones. A large comp button in the upper right-hand corner has a lock icon over it. Seems people were being too liberal with free drinks. Unfortunately, it looks like you need a server's code to place an order. Okay. Server's notes. Inside this file is a series of notes on guests and the restaurant's operations. You scroll through today's notes. Several servers have written about their concerns regarding tonight's lack of security, and a couple are frustrated with the curious guests wandering up on the second floor's private dining rooms. The rest is useless information. Okay, so lower security, and they're worried about people wandering up to the second floor. Got it. Check orders. List containing dozens of orders pops up. Only a handful are for the upper floor's private dining rooms. One note on the second floor order stands out. Floor 2, private room 3, VIP party of 5. Standard seafood buffet 1, wine sampler 3, crab rangoon 6, Shangri-La prawns 2, surf and turf 1. Note, no prawns, avoid cross-contamination with shellfish. Dinah is allergic. Okay, so we want this one. One moment while I make a note. Okie dokie. Manager's notice. Nothing but your typical wage slave directives in here. There are a few mentions of curtailing recreational activities in storage rooms and on outer decks. One can only infer the meaning of said activities. Farther down, a note in red expressly warns that the special guest on floor 2 should be served by approved waitstaff only, and if the guest's orders are botched again, there will be significant and widespread consequences for all servers involved. Okay. Interesting. Can we actually talk to the chef? Chef peers at you over a mountain of oysters. No guests in the kitchen. Out. Sorry to intrude, but I need to speak with the head chef. Damn, I wish I had socialite now. That's unfortunate. Sorry to intrude, but I need to speak with the head chef. He grabs a towel off a nearby rack and wipes his hands, grumbling to himself. I'm the head chef. I have little time to cook my food, and even less for conversation. Don't give me that. I'm a guest here, and I deserve answers to my questions. Lie. It'd be in your best interest to answer my questions. How do I put this? I am a very influential person. I'm an influencer. This will only take a minute. Just make it quick. You've got 60 seconds before I have to pull these prawns out of the boiler. I'm looking for someone in the restaurant, Mr. Lowe. He's likely in one of the private dining rooms. I'm told one of tonight's guests has a shellfish allergy. A less than mild-mannered orc. Sound familiar? That's a polite way to put it. Gave 2 of my cooks broken ribs and a matching set of black eyes last time he stormed my kitchen. He waves his hand. Yes, I know that orc. Got a shellfish allergy. He's overly keen on hounding us about it, as though this wasn't the top seafood restaurant in the 6th world. Right, so what would it take for him to wind up with a few shrimp in his meal tonight? I need that orc out of my way with a couple of shellfish. I think you can help me. Mistakes happen. Sometimes you reach for a mushroom and accidentally grab an oyster. Maybe such an accident happens to our orc friend. Know what I'm saying? I think option 3 will work the best. What? He balks at your suggestion. After a moment's recovery, he looks straight at you, nostrils flared. You can't possibly be saying what I think you are. You want me to poison a diner? You're deranged. I'm calling security. Etiquette corporate. Having you noticed the lack of guards tonight, I've no doubt Wu Jing's aware I'm here. It's as if they want a certain someone out of the way. Are you going to disappoint them? Bribe, I just need your hand to slip. Add an extra ingredient or two. Let's be honest, everyone at the Shangri-La hates this guy. You make him sick, you make people happy. It's your call. Let's go with corporate. Haven't you noticed a lack of guards tonight? I've no doubt Wu Jing's aware I'm here. As if they want a certain someone out of the way. Are you going to disappoint them? The chef nervously wrings his towel between his hands, stares at the sumptuous plate of food, waiting to be eaten. A glance over his shoulders, a shake of his head, and he smiles, a small writhing. You know, he never appreciated our cuisine, our art. I think a special thanks is in order. See yourself out, won't you? Certainly, good chef. I got an achievement for that. Alright, David, what do you got? Sorry, just have to mute for a second. Ugh. I love coughing my guts up. It's fun. David is all smiles. He's just finished a joke to the uproarious laughter of his party. Hello, friend. Trying to get in on this joviality. You're welcome to join us for the next round. His words bleed into each other. This isn't his first drink. What are we celebrating? My recent success, though, through some hard work and a little businessly persuasion. He winks at you knowingly. I sealed 2 contracts and a third is on the way. Hey, congratulations. Next round's on me. Is the ploy with these 2 peeps just to cause them to have a fight and cause a distraction with the few guards that are available? Because if that's the case, we can do that. Make him more drunk. Drunken brawl ensue. Yeah? Hey, congratulations, next round's on me. David beams. Here's a real friend. Come, let's drink. He slams back a shot and hoots with satisfaction. Much appreciated. Thank you, my good woman. So from one friend to another, how did you bag all those contracts in one day? A fresh flush fills David's cheek. He wobbles on the spot and grins at you. Wasn't too hard, truth be told. Someone did most of the work for me. Oh? You see the poor sot down there? He gestures to Henry. We just upgraded our security at work a few nights ago. That fool left behind a note containing his new password. I wrote it down and had some fun. Sent nasty messages to his clients, removed a couple appointments from his schedule. David tosses his hands in the air, spilling his drink, and boom, I'm Employee of the Month. All I had to do was some damage control, but that man's clients, they're now mine. Wow, that's some twisted shit. You're a maniac. Henry's going to lose it when I tell him. Nicely done. Very clever, my friend. His cocky smile stretches across his all too proud face. I thought so too. Thanks again for the drink, friend. You have yourself a good night. Hey, Rad, these guys are right on the edge, both blasted, one pissed off, the other, well, an asshole. One word and these guys will be throwing down. If that happens loud enough, security is bound to respond. Just a thought. That was exactly the plan, Duncan. Do we wait for the target? And then try and tick these guys off more? A gnarled bar stool offers little in the way of comfort. A quick look around reveals the disparity between the restaurant proper and the bar, the latter of which appears neglected in comparison to the pristine dining room. Old dried drink rings dapple the counter's uneven surface. The angry scratches run down its length, but you've got time to kill before Rooster arrives, and this is as good a spot as any to wait. I don't think drinking is a good idea, so let's just have a seat and wait. 10 minutes tick away. Rooster should be here any time now. Uh-oh. Second floor server, an alarmed waiter in a tousled uniform stumbles in the kitchen. Chef, we have a problem, a big problem. Cut the drama, Cork Mage. We're working here. Not for long, he glances out the kitchen door. A couple of prawns ended up in the orc's dish. Only thing worse than his allergy is his temper, and he's on his way down here. A howl and several thumps catch the cook's staff's attention. Apprehensive glances are tossed around the kitchen, their fear abruptly confirmed as a huge orc bursts into the room. The jagged scar on the orc's cheek matches your client's description of the Talon, or it would if the Talon's face weren't a lumpy, swollen, seeping mess. The Talon's face flushes in anger, or perhaps as a side effect of his allergy, and he raises a knobbly finger to the room. What is wrong with this place? His swollen lips spit more saliva than sounds. Excuse me, sir, you're holding the kitchen up. If you have any questions or concerns, speak to our host up front. He rounds on the chef, shoulders raised in disbelief. I've got a concern, all right. A concern regarding this shithouse you call a restaurant. His voice booms. This is the third time you slopped heads have fucked up my order. If I am regularly forced to choke down your garbage, I expect at the least, some substitutions to be followed. No, shellfish. Get it right, or next time someone's going to end up a whole lot worse than maimed. Duncan turns to you, eyebrows raised, and you call me short-fused. Maybe now you'll think twice before ragging on me when things heat up. Oh no, I'll never stop ragging on you, Duncan. Hey, if the Talon's down here, that means he's left the upstairs room unguarded. Alright, let's go while he's still distracted. Oh, I couldn't do the thing. I'm sure it's fine. Do 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 do. Inside the private dining room, you're immediately greeted by the piercing stare of two massive dragon statues. The flickering lights are just bright enough to illuminate their bronze bodies, the effect an eerie illusion of slithering scales. Across the room stands your target, Cheon Singh, rooster low, hands trembling at his sides. A single anxious guard stands near the door. Something has them on edge. The Talon is missing. Sweat drips down the rooster's gaunt face. His eyes dart back and forth across the room, trying to size you up, assess the situation. Without support, he appears nothing more than a trapped rooster who, without his talons, is defenseless. In an effort to invoke a sense of authority, he raises his voice. Who are you? What do you want? I've come to deliver you to my client, Mr. Lowe. Don't worry, they specified that you are not to be harmed. I'm kidnapping you, idiot. Let's go. If you'll please come with me, we can make this easy, and don't try to argue. You're in a poor position with the talon missing. I like the third one. It is direct and... yeah, I like the third one. It is just pleasing, the way that it is written. His anger flares. How dare you speak to me as if I were a child. Zhao, where is the talon? Where is the rest of my security? A second passes while his eyes scour the room looking for someone, anyone, to come to his aid. Never you mind, just get this street tramp out of here. Yes, sir. You don't want to do that? It's my job to scrag thugs like you. You really want to fight me? You seem eager for an ass-kicking. No talent, no backup, all alone. You must really like your boss. You don't want to do that? It's my job to scrag thugs like you. You really want to fight me? Not really. Sorry. Not exactly, no. The triad thug bolts for the door. That's what I thought. No, wait, spare my life, I beg you, please. Drops of spit spatter from his mouth, his desperation obvious. Stop that, I'm here to take you alive, don't make me change my mind. Things could be worse, Rooster. My client could have wanted you dead. Be thankful. Stop that. I'm here to take you alive. Don't make me change my mind. No. Things could be worse. My client could have wanted you dead. Be thankful. Jesus, shut up is the third option. I'm not picking that one. Why are we letting this idiot live again? Client's orders, Duncan. His mouth twists downward in disgust. What a waste of our time. A bullet in his head and we could march out of here easy. Unless this guy knows another way out, we're not going anywhere with him raving at our side. So, how about it? Where's the door you used to discreetly make your way in here? I bet you're right. Let's ask. Good point. Option 1. Rooster's teeth are clattering inside his head. His frame shakes uncontrollably. The realization that he's at your mercy, with no one left to defend him, is setting in. Well, Mr. Lowe, mind pointing us to the exit? Rooster stammers incoherently for a moment, but his words soon catch up with him. It's just outside this room, to the right, but it's locked. And you have the key, don't you? He blinks, confused, his shocked mind slowly processing your implication. Yes, I do. He reaches into his coat pocket and withdraws a small key. I'll take that. Optional, protect Rooster Lowe from all harm. Okay, let's go. Why is this door open now? It was locked. A monolithic, extravagant aquarium dominates the restaurant's lounge. Awakened sea anemones open and close along the tank's rocky bottom, unfurling to reveal a riotous explosion of color. It's like natural fireworks display. In the upper reaches of the tank, multicolored fish of all shapes and descriptions circle and swarm. Schools of tiny prawns dart in and out of the rocks as skate-like things the size of koi glide through the water above them. Something like a lionfish made of bronze beats its frilly tail, causing shafts of light to reflect and refract through the water. Some of the animals in this tank must be exceedingly rare and expensive. Etiquette academic. Take an exotic fish. All right, fishy, you're coming with me. Duncan rolls his eyes. This isn't what we're here for, but I know better by now than to try and talk you out of it. Just make it quick, okay? You pop open the feeding port on the side of the tank. With a deft hand, you grab a large spotted fish and plop it in a hydration bladder that you find in a dispenser on the side of the tank. The fish stares at you, bumping its head against the shimmering plastic. Secure in its bladder, it should live until you can find a buyer after the run. Even if we can't find a buyer, we give it to Gobbet. Hey, we got a fish for you. Your comlink clicks, a burst of static, then the sound clears to reveal a soft voice. Red, is this your channel? Sure is. Who's asking? No. Who's asking? Name's Paylon. I'm your getaway driver. We have details to discuss, but let's keep it brief. Time's ticking. Another burst of static. Paylon continues. I'm at the loading dock across the bridge from the restaurant's main entrance. Big old schooner. Can't miss me. But neither will the HKPF, who I've just learned are on their way here in response to a security call. Well, shit. I'm on my way. One last thing. I may be the driver, but this ain't my rig. Door's locked, and I don't know the codes. You may have to break in. Good luck, and get moving. A click, and your comlink fills with static. Paylon is gone. We just need to get over here. Pair of triad gangsters block your path. Men, help me. The words start pouring out of Rooster's mouth so quickly they blur together. You free me, get me away from here, and I guarantee you'll be rewarded. Nguyen favors power, whatever you want. Two guards exchange a look, then turn back to Rooster, smiling. Actually, we're liking the position we're in now. You begging at our feet. The idea that maybe once you're gone, we can move up the chain. You know, Rocco, there's plenty qualified to take your seat. In fact, we might as well make sure you don't make it out of here alive. Rooster looks up at them, irate. His fury fizzles upon spotting the thug's various ample gutlery. No, why? I can make you rich. Easy there, let's not make a scene. We go our way, you go yours. Sounds like you two are looking to get hurt. Attack the triads. Easy there. Let's not make this a scene. We go our way, you go yours. The gangster looks you over. No ink, no suits. You one of them runners. Shit, a runner. Don't let her take off with Rooster. He reaches for his weapon. Get him. I'm gonna go down in the first round again. No? Cool. Lovely. table. Thug. I ain't burning through that much health, unfortunately. Oh, you're a party member for this bit. Lovely. You do nothing. Stay behind the corner. Thank you. How long until the cops show up is my real question. There's a summon over here. Good to know. Right. You can stay there. Ew. 2 gets you to there. Was worth a shot. You know what I have right now? I have someone that I can target with haste. Should I use Duncan so that he can stun people? Probably. Stuns the target with an electrified smack. Love it. Subdue. And we'll use a shock baton. Alright. Get him. Lovely. Me. Haste the Duncan. Duncan. Get him. Oh, he's out. Love it. Alright. Rakta, you're pretty safe to just move up, essentially. First, over there, please. Duncan. Can't do that again, that's fine. Right there. Oh. Out we go. Before you looms a formidable cast iron door. It's locked, your means of escape just behind it. You notice a keypad mounted on the wall, but you have no key. Sorry, no key code. A quick scan reveals a potential weak spot in the door's hinges. You have a feeling you can get through, but it's going to take a while. Astral perception to divine the key code number sequence. Oh, shit. Talon bursts out of the Shangri-La, nearly tearing the door from its hinges. Despite the freshly lumps that have transformed his face into unreadable swollen mess, his rage is clear. At the sight of Talon, you see Brewster's body relax. His voice cracks. Talon, I'm over here. I've got weapons trained on me. Can't move. Save me, and we'll get out of here. Take this incident straight to the top. They'll herald our survival. Reward us. Through leaking eyes, the Talon homes in on Rooster. You little shit, dragging me to this restaurant over and over, making me eat filth, and watch you stuff your goddamn face full of it. But now, here you are, turned traitor in blink. Rooster is trembling with fear or anger or both. He raises a shaky finger and points it at Talon. You can't speak to me that way, you're beneath me, I'm still a red pole, and when the triad comes for me, I'll see you flayed for those words. Ha! The laugh punches the air. Talon's lips curve into a clumsy smile, his eyes gleaming. You won't get shit from the 289s. In fact, if your new allies don't gut you, the triad will. Make sure you don't go squawking to anybody about high-level plans or secrets or whatever. A flea like you won't last the night. Delightful. Rooster's fake bravado melts away. Eyes wide, he looks desperately around him, trapped like a mouse in a snake's coil. Enemies on each side, his voice is small, pleading. Talon, Johnny, please help me. It wasn't all bad, right? We had some good runs, you remember? Panic shakes him. I had no choice, Johnny. I was forced to surrender, but if you help me get out of here, I can see to it that you're rewarded, even promoted. How would you like that? Without hesitation, the Talon steps forward and spits on the ground. To hell with you, you spineless bit pusher. I'll bet you didn't even put up a fight, just rolled over and played the captive. Coward. I'm going to enjoy planting a bullet in your soft, worthless skull. He readies his weapon. Oh Jesus, that one's got a big one. Food poisoning. Yep, there's another one. Oh, we got a sniper. Is that a shotgun or an assault rifle? I am locked out. That's bad. Enforcer, Talon, Enforcer, Sniper. Cool. Alrighty, there. Lovely. Perfect. Racta! Is it worth going to there? Yes. Okay. Hershey, move up to there, please. Back to Racta for a moment. Fucking go. Hershey. Wrong weapon equipped. Alright. This sniper needs to go down, but you do too. One. Two. Lovely. Yeah, that's fair. Duncan! Good news. It's assault rifle time. You got this. Perfect. Good news. Sit tight over there. I'm gonna get sniped. No? Rude. Isabel is having a bad day. Alright, the sniper moved up, that's nice. They're not close enough together for it to be worth it. Yep. Perfect. Shame that I can't, damn it. It's not what I wanted, but you know, here we are. Boost some accuracy for you, Koshi. Yeah, I was hopeful. Thank you. Yeah, so close. You're gonna stay there and not get shot. Rude. That wasn't quite a full top up. Good to know. Make the sniper easy to hit. Damn. Alright, Rakta. Get him. Thank you. You got this, Duncan. Fair. Alright, Hershey. Cute. Fucking pricks. Lovely. Come on. Hey. Alright, wrong one. That one. You prick, you would. Oh! I'm free! This is where we just straight up escape. Which health are you on? 41. Yep, wonderful. Whoops. We tried. Yeah, I had a fucking feeling that was up. More AP for Koshi. And some more accuracy, I guess, as well. One. Two. Lovely. Alright. Everybody out. The boat sways languidly atop the water. Insulated walls stifle outside noises as if the chaos just beyond the door belongs to another world. Its interior is cramped, made smaller by maritime equipment. Protruding from the walls, the scent of sea and mouldering wood dominates your senses, ripened from years of perfunctory cleaning. Finally, a safe place to rest. Rooster flinches at your approach. When he speaks, he tries to sound confident, but his voice cracks. The 2 8-9s are gonna jam you up for this. No one's going to cry over you. I doubt it. With you out of the way, someone's probably nabbed your job by now. If you don't can it, I'm going to jam up your face. Doubt it. With you out of the way, someone's probably nabbed your job by now. Worst, you'll get dead. Worst you'll get is dead. Worst we'll get is a finger waggle. But so long as that hand is also holding our Nguyen, we're in a good position. Can you say the same? He flashes Rooster a smile. Things are not looking good for you, Mr. Lowe. Best you stop running that mouth of yours. Oh, Ractor. You're a gem. Hey, the boat heaves and pitches over the bay as your driver plows through the choppy waves to the drop-off point. Leaving the Shangri-La restaurant far behind, inside, restlessness fills the cabin. You finished the job, the extraction was a success, and now your client awaits his prize, the triad red pole rooster. It wasn't easy. It would have been if that damn talent hadn't mangled your plans with his visceral determination. But even a streets forged orc like Talon could be stricken down. With the Talon dead, your escape from the restaurant sorry, had to yawn. Your escape from the restaurant to the getaway boat was made smoother, well, as smooth as wading through a small army of triads and skirting the HKPF dragnet could. I've missed something. Well, as smooth as wading through a small army of triads and skirting the HKPF dragnet could be. Luckily, Rooster got through the pursuit unharmed, and with the Talon now permanently out of commission, you might earn a few extra new from your client. All in all, a good run. I'm sad that I probably missed out on some XP from the bar fight that didn't happen. Yeah, I totally did. Oh, everyone's leveled up. Territoriality, augment spell haste. Gobbet formulates a new version of haste spell that harnesses the latent magic. The latent wild magic. Sleepy. Latent wild magic of Hong Kong. Channeled haste increases a friendly target's AP by 1 for 4 rounds. When cast, Gobbet's accuracy is increased by 15% for 4 rounds. Shares a cooldown with other haste spells. Okay. Gobbet can now consume spirits and imbue herself with their power. Consuming a spirit heals Gobbet for 20 HP over 2 rounds, and her AP is increased by 1 during that time. I'm tempted to go with the eat spirits. Yeah, let's go with the eat spirits. We've gone all in on espionage. We might as well continue. Needs a new consumable item. A gas grenade. A grenade has minor HP damage. It creates a cloud of choking gas, which does AP damage to the affected targets. Or the ability to throw back incoming grenades. I don't know, like extra grenade that does AP damage, ability to throw back grenades. Fuck it, all in on crowd control. Gachu gains the ability to let him regenerate 6 HP per round for 3 rounds. AP cost 1, cooldown 2. Means a katana attack that can hit adjacent targets, plus 2 damage, cannot do AP damage, cooldown 2. Regenerate. Gain ability Ares Heavy Laser. Hoshi's firearm systems are augmented with the addition of a heavy laser mount. It does plus 4 HP damage, plus 1 AP damage, and has plus 5% accuracy over the standard attack. AP cost 1, cooldown 2. Yes. Confirm all. Okay. Need to go restock on medkits, but I think that's about it. Law raises his VR goggles as you approach. His eyes are deep brown, surrounded by premature wrinkles. He squints in the light, blinking. He seems at a loss for words. Hey, Red, his voice is subdued. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I didn't mean to put anyone in danger. Lesson learned, don't worry about it. No sweat. Just keep your mouth shut in future. Don't make me ask again. Acknowledged. No sweat. Pulls his VR goggles back down. I guess Shadowrunning's a darker business than I thought. It's an ugly world. Stay out of it if you can. It is what it is. You just have to play by certain rules. Dark shit. Dark like a prison riot. It's all just business to me. It's an ugly world. Stay out of it if you can. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with Shadowrunning anymore. I'm not like you, Red. I'm not some carnivore. I don't want to be one. Fair enough. He looks pensively around the docks. I want to get out of here, Red. I want to get on to something bigger. Rain drizzles, torn tarpaulins flap weakly, and docks creak. The odor of garlic, sizzling fish, ginger onions, raw sewage, and industrial effluent mingle in the heat. This place is kind of a shithole, isn't it? It's not so bad. It sure is a shithole. Like you said, it's a stepping stone. Yeah, the dead fish and acid rain really tie it all together. Like you said, it's a stepping stone. Yeah, it is. And dealing tech is how I'm going to get out. I guess that makes my strategy clear. Law breaks into a rascally grin. Welcome to Law's Technology Palace, Red. What useless junk can I sell you? You back on good terms with Wampoa? Yeah, we're good. We're a tech tribe. If you don't mess up every so often, you aren't trying right. If your code never breaks, it's not pushing the limit. Law snickers, sometimes things gotta go boom. I've got to pay my dues. Sorry, he purses his lips in thought. I've got to pay my dues, but I'll rise in the tribe. It just takes time, no offense, but that's all the tribe business I want to talk. I'm taking this information hygiene thing seriously. Anything else on your mind? See you later, Law. See you later, Red. Watch out for yourself, carnivore. Long live the boom. Alright, let's go check out payment. Just so we know how much money we're playing with. I would like to pick up another spell from Crafty, but I don't think I'm gonna get that. 8 karma. I need significantly more than that. Your workstation and mission computer. Yep. Jobs directory. That one. The client is pleased with how you handled the situation. Rustalo has been very contrite and forthcoming, due in no small part to the violence with which you handled the opposition. You've even earned a little extra for taking out the Talon. Your payment is attached. Kindly Chang. Claim payment. 150. Okay. Hey Red, I was able to cut out the proprietary bits of the files we recovered that work a few new and but there was a lot of junk data none of the buyers wanted. I've decided to archive the leftover paperwork, requisitions orders, etc. Nothing special, but I figured I'd keep it on hand. Fair enough. Nothing to post. Do I know anyone that would buy a fish? Nope. I need to go talk to Gobbet again. Would you buy a fish? A lot of faces on this wall, a lot of strangers staring back at me. Catch Henry, lost in reverie, staring at a wall plastered with photos, and while most of the signed celebrity headshots there are scattered among them more personal images from days long past. A lot of faces on this wall, a lot of strangers staring back at me. These aren't friends of yours, not the kind of headshots I'm used to. We're all strangers to somebody. This wall makes me think that the more a person is in the spotlight, the more they're a stranger to everyone. We get the occasional Simpson star or athlete surrounded by an entourage of muscle and photographers. It's all for their image, you see. They want a stack of carefree... carefully staged photographs that seem like paparazzi shots in a notorious underworld hideout and arms bazaar. Henry smiles sardonically. If we were really all that, the HKPF would have bombed us by now. Club 88 is a neutral zone, and Ermine deals mostly in small arms. We clear the joint, let them stage things however they like, throw a few tattooed out blue lanterns in the background. In exchange, we get a big stack of Nguyen and a glossy face on the wall to show how popular our club has become. Kindly locks all of Haoi down for the visit. Those fame bunnies are safer here than they probably are in their penthouses. It's all my wife's idea, of course. She's got a good head on her shoulders. Callum's lucky he's got her brains, I'm afraid. Frederick takes after his old man. Wasn't it you who first started running guns through here? Heard about that, did you? Loose lips. But yeah, I took a turn as a small-time smuggler. Less excitement than you might think, never really made all that much extra money doing it either. Had it been riskier, I never would have bothered, but our boat's engineer was a good friend of mine, and he was in on the deal. He could tuck away those crates in the engine room where only he knew where they existed. I just had to shepherd them on and off the boat. Probably could have negotiated better deals, but I just wanted to be rid of the stuff as fast as I could. Didn't want Wu Jing to find out, and I especially didn't want Ermine to find out. But find out she did, though she surprised me with her own reaction. Thought she would throw a fit, but the only thing she was mad about was my profit margin, and so she took over. Tell me about you and Ermine? She and I grew up together here in Haoi. We were childhood sweethearts, but how often do such things last? Back in 21... Sorry. Then back in 21, when we were both 18 and unsure of our futures, we both goblinized. the world was turned on its head. People said it was a disease or a result of a biological weapon. There was panic everywhere. But Ermine and I saw it differently. We saw it as a sign that we were meant to be. It didn't matter if we were lepers because we were lepers together. Wish I could say she was the first and only love in my life, but there will always be another. I heeded her call for far too long before finally settling down here with Ermine. Even so, that call is always there, tempting me to come back. To be lost forever, worse ways to go, I suppose. I do my best to resist. I try to focus on what Ermine has built here for us. Alright, I'll leave you be. First love is the sea, obviously. He's a sailor through and through. Callum sits with his eyes closed and his head back. One might assume he's asleep or trying to shake a particularly nasty hangover, but when he stirs, his eyes are clear and uncharacteristically focused. Red, right, what brings you back? Good to see you sober, Callum. I see your memory works fine when you're clear-headed. Shouldn't you be 3 sheets to the wind? Good to see you sober, Callum. I've cut myself off. Got some serious thinking to do. Oh, what's going on? Maybe nothing, maybe everything. Could be a way out of this pit. A way to do something more with my life than sell cheap thrills in cheap pills. Okay. What's this way out you mentioned? I met a man, or rather, a man sought me out and went to all the trouble to set up a meet and get into Heioi. That takes guts for someone corporate. He said he's a recruiter, like a talent scout for one of the big corporations, and they're interested in me. Me! Can you believe that? Even way down here in Heioi, they heard of me, they see potential in me. Callum Kafai, one of the big shots in this corp, wants to be my benefactor. It's amazing, right? Even Lee Cushing needed mentors and he became one of the most successful men in the world. This is my start, this is my big break. The recruiter wouldn't tell me the guy's name or the name of the corp. It's all still very preliminary. This was just the first step, you know, but a first step toward walking out of here. Is it really so bad here? You've been here long enough, you should know better by now. Most people figure it out in the first few hours. Heioi is a way station, halfway between something better and something worse. You stay here, you're just accepting the fact that you'll never amount to anything. You're agreeing that all you care about is keeping your head above water. It's 4 good walls and 3 square meals at its best. Some people pass through on their way down before bottoming out in the walled city or as a floater in the harbour. Others pass through on their way up to places like Taiku, Shing or Aberdeen. That's how I intend to go. Still open for business because I'm buying. They're not selling Toko anymore. That is so annoying. Cool. Med supplies. Ambrose. Ambrose anxiously sips his whiskey. Big storm coming in, Red. I'm gonna bed down soon. You need something? Show me your services. Medical supplies. Oh, he's got the platinum ones now. That's nice. I should have enough trauma kits for the moment. Alright, goodbye, Emperors. Alright, so I have enough for the upgrade to my basic attack, which is nice. I have to spend the karma that I'm saving to try and get the last etiquette. So, to actually be able to use it. Plus 3 armor. I don't have enough. That might be worth it. Just to protect some peeps. Plus 1 charisma. Cool. Thanks, Crafty. Alright. Go talk to Gobbet and Isabel. She's gone red. I don't know where she ran off to, but she looked upset. She said something about friends in trouble, then left. By the time I could disconnect from the octopus, she was on her way out of town. She must have gone to the sinking ship. I don't like the sound of that. Should she tell you what went down there all of those years ago? A mutiny. Sorry, the mutiny? Yeah, she's been having bad dreams about the place ever since. She turns her back and begins grabbing her gear. Well, we better go get her, hadn't we? Let's do it. Going to arrange transport out to Hong Hom Bay. You meet me at the docks when you're ready. Catch a boat to the sinking ship and find Gobbet. Wait. Can we still chat with Isabel? Expression is grim. Red, I've come to a decision. I want these memories out of my head. They're an unpleasant distraction, and I was happier without them. When this is all over, I'm deleting them. To hell with locking them away again. I'm going to purge my childhood altogether, shred the memories, and move on. As an added bonus, it'll clear up a lot of headwear memory. I'm thinking that I should store some SimSense recordings up there. Maybe make it so that when I try to remember my past, I get summers on the beach instead of sorrow and pain. If you think that'd make you happy, then I say do it. They're your memories, it's your decision. So rather than facing your past, you're going to run away from it again. These memories are part of you and they've changed you. Purging them will kill that part of you again. So you want to replace the truth with a fantasy? Um... If you think that'd make you happy, then I say do it. They're your memories and it's your decision. You're damn right it is. These memories can still help us, so I'll tough my way through it for now, but when this is all over, they're going the way of the dodo, period. She squeezes her eyes shut and rubs the bridge of her nose with her thumb and forefinger. Anyway, I guess that you're here with more questions, right? Let's get them answered then. Is there anything else you can tell me about the Yama Kings? Yeah, I've got another one for you if you want it. I can't say whether this is based on any kind of truth or not. That's for you to decide, but it's always popular when... It was always popular when I was growing up, especially with the other kids my age. You'll see why we liked it in the end. Alright, lay it on me. Okay, this one was about a boy named Gordon Yam and how he saved his mother from a fate worse than death. As the story goes, Gordon was the cleverest boy in the walled city. He could steal whatever he liked without getting caught, could sneak into any room unseen, and could talk his way past any grown-up that might try to stop him. You get the picture, real hero figure for the 9-year-old set. So one day, Gordon's mother fell ill. It was a bloody flux brought on by a curse, and it was going to kill her. She told Gordon that he should accept her death, the curse that had come from a Yama King, and there was no medicine that could prevent it from claiming her. She begged him to run, to escape the walled city, and to use his cleverness to make a life for himself somewhere far away. Gordon loved his mother and refused to obey her request. Instead, he searched high and low for a way to save her life. For a long time, nothing came of him, but finally he happened upon an old man who told him about a powerful Yama King that could cure any ill for a price. Which Yama King? One of the ones that you've told me about, or a different one? Different. He doesn't have a name, or he did, but because of what happened, speaking it is taboo. The story is a little fuzzy on the details. We always just called him the Nameless King. So, Gordon went out in search of the Nameless King. He made his way through Triad territory, past the Thrill Gangers and the Organ Leggers, you know the drill. Eventually he made it to the inner walled city, where he found the Nameless King's court. The human servants of the Nameless King took Gordon to stand before the creature they worshipped. Gordon proposed his deal. Nameless King, he said, I need your help. My mother is dying of an ill that only you can cure. That may be so, said the Nameless King, but what is it to me? What will you offer me if I spare her? If you will restore her to health, I will join your court in repayment. I, the cleverest boy in the walled city, I will serve you loyally and well. The Nameless King was excited then, for he knew of Gordon's cleverness, and he coveted the little boy's soul. Gordon pulled a braid of his mother's hair from his pocket and held it out before the Nameless King. A locket of my mother's hair, O King, cure her of this flux, and I am yours to command as you please. The Nameless King works his magic, and Gordon's mother was cured. So what happened then? Did Gordon join the Nameless King's court? No, when the Nameless King turned on Gordon, he laughed in the monster's face. I have tricked you, Nameless King, for my mother was the property of another of your kind. In curing her, you have robbed a Yama King of his dinner. The Nameless King raged and turned on Gordon, his razor blade fingers flexing wide, but before he could bring his arms down in a killing stroke, it was caught in the grasp of 1,000 hooks, claws, and fangs. The Yama Kings, all of them. You have stolen from one of your own kind, brother, said the Yama Kings. Her life was not yours to save. Gordon slipped away as the Yama Kings descended on their brother. He did not watch as they tore the Nameless King apart and bathed in his steaming viscera. He made his way back home to his mother, who was cured. And that was the one time that a living boy outwitted a Yama King. She stretches, cracking her back, clearing her throat awkwardly. And that's the story. Like I said, you can see why we liked it. It's basically a fairy tale, and the little boy wins in the end. It's the only story about the Yama Kings that contains even a shred of hope. What do you think it means? I don't know, probably doesn't mean anything. It's just a story is all. You're the one who asked. Anyway, is there anything else you want to know? That's all for now. Can we talk about something else? I've gotta go. So, to make the Yama Kings turn on each other, like, you need to trick them into fucking with someone else's deal? Like, one of the other Yama King's deals? Is that what I'm getting from this? Hey Duncan, anything new? Clanking of metal followed by grunts from hard exercise erupt from the hatchway of Wu's cabin. The first thing you notice when you enter is its renewed cleanliness. The food cans are gone, his equipment is neatly laid out on his bedding, everything in its place. The next thing you notice is the smell. It's like a middle school locker room in July. Ew. Wu finishes his jumping jacks and grabs a towel off his bunk. His exposed flesh gleams with perspiration. Hey. Hey, how's it going? Better. He scrubs his sweaty head with the towel. I let myself wallow for a while, but now it's time to turn things around. We have work to do. What's your deal? Still thinking about Edward Sang? He rubs the towel under his arms, compartmentalized him. Edward Sang is a topic in a file cabinet in my head. I'm only thinking about Raymond now, finding out what happened to him, what really happened to him. Taking it a moment at a time, huh? That's me, Mr. Focus. He continues stretching. We're getting close to the plastic face man, Duncan. I know I haven't stopped thinking about him since we first saw him in that video. The one where he attacked Raymond in the tea house. He wipes down one side of his neck with the towel, folds it, wipes down the other. Listen, Melinda, I'm not going to press you to take me with you when you head out to snatch him. You take the right people for the job, and then you get the job done, okay? But I want to be there when you interrogate him. I want to hear what he has to say with my own ears. Are you going to have a problem with that? Sorry, Wu. Interrogation time is for the big kids. No, of course not. As long as the extraction team remains my decision, I have no trouble with you being at the interrogation. Very generous of you. He flashes his pearly whites. Like I said, you can take me with you on the run or not, it's your call, but I intend to be there for the fun part. Fun part? You think this is a game? Oh, we'll both have fun with Mr. Plastic Face. Easy Duncan, this is about Raymond not hurting people for kicks. Two and three are my favorites. Ah, fuck it. We'll both have fun with Mr. Plastic Face. Good, let's go to town on him together. He drops his towel on his bunk. This is the guy who knows what the hell is going on. The one who may have killed Raymond. I'm gonna squeeze him until I find out what his fucking ancestors know. You'll squeeze whom I tell you to, when I tell you to, and as hard as I tell you to. Got it? We'll do what we gotta do to get the answers we need. Just promise me you'll be able to control yourself, otherwise we are going to have a problem. Third option. This is Raymond we're talking about, who drops his hands to his sides and closes the gap between you. His voice calm, sober, deliberate. I'm not gonna screw this up, I promise. Fair enough. You told me you were resentful when I took off, but maybe it was about how Raymond handled that thing with Doubletree. Nah, it was about you disappearing for 8 years without a word. But we're past that now. Ru pulls his right elbow across his chest with his left hand, gets a good stretch. But that was a messed up night. A lot of things happened, and I wouldn't be surprised if some, I don't know, emotions got jumbled together. About the fight with Raymond, stuff about the old gang, feelings about the way I handled things. That was part of it, sure. I'm still carrying that around, but mostly it was about Raymond. We butted heads before. I'd broken plenty of his rules in the past, but never seen him so disappointed. I'm still not sure why, never figured it out. We can drop this if you want, or why don't you walk me through it from the beginning? Start with when Lockjaw showed up at Ray's house. Wu pulls his left elbow across his chest and lets out a little groan. So this was 45 years after the summer we moved in with Raymond. We hadn't seen DT or Lockjaw or any of the gang in forever. Raymond's rules, no contact with our hoodlum friends, no visiting the squat to check up on them. Right. He insisted on a clean break. We weren't even allowed to see the Aslan... Astland family and their dog. Your past is just a story. If you can accept that, your past loses all power over you. Gee. Raymond? This quote tells us a lot. I'm torn, because, like, the family and the dog, that keeps coming up, and I keep, like, not picking it. I'm gonna pick the quote, because it seems like the right one to go with. Past is just a story. If you can accept that, your past loses all power over you. Wu wrinkles his nose. You don't sound anything like him. The way I remember it, we woke up in the middle of the night and there was Lockjaw standing in my room covered in blood. My first thought was that Raymond was going to kill us. Can you imagine? There's a teenage, Salish Indian covered in blood in our bedroom, and the first thought was that I might get in trouble for it. We just started our new life. We were safe for the first time ever. We didn't want to blow it. Raymond was an intimidating guy when we were young. I'm gonna go with the top one. We didn't want to blow it. I know I didn't want to go back to the Barrens. We had it good at Raymond's. Wu throws his elbow behind him, twists at the waist. So Lockjaw's bleeding all over our bedroom and your whisper yelling, "Where's DT? What happened to Double Tray?" 5 minutes later, we're dressed in black and on our way back to the Barrens. The hell were we thinking? We had to. Of course, if it wasn't for Double Tray, neither of us would be here right now. DT was the one who took us to the teen center, introduced us to Raymond. Man, that was a messed up night. The 162s had overrun the Leary squad. Better positioned to take on the nukes. Benzo and Tusk were bleeding out. The Hernandez family was half eaten. And little Joe, that streetwalker with the electric false eyelashes, was lying on the floor in 2 parts. But we got Double Tray out alive. He was the only one, though. Wu stares at his boot. I can still hear Lockjaw screaming as the ghouls took him down. When the 162s wanted something, they did not play. Anyway, all of that was just lead up. He lets out a long, slow breath. But still, it speaks to my state of mind that night, why I wouldn't back down when Raymond met us at the door. You two really went at it. Neither one of you would budge. We both had the strength of the righteous. You and I had broken his rules out of loyalty, out of gratitude. He just didn't get that. He never understood where we came from, but can you see it from his perspective? But can you see it from his perspective? Now I can, yeah. Wu rubs his head thinking, he didn't just think we had broken his rules or that we'd backslid. He thought we'd been playing him the whole year, that we were still street hoods. No wonder he was so furious. He felt betrayed. But you were able to get him to calm down and see reason, get him to see my side of the story, and all you said was that one thing, that thing he said his mother used to say to him when he was being obstinate. What the hell was it? Most people do not listen with the intent to understand, they listen with the intent to reply. He understands badly who listens badly. Listen to what you know instead of what you fear. I'm gonna go with the first one because it's really good. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand, they listen with the intent to reply. Most people do not listen with the intent to understand, they listen with the intent to reply. Wu nods his head, remembering, yeah, that intent to reply thing really got to him. He saw that every time I was talking, he was thinking of the next thing to say. Using his mother's words on him really did the trick. I wonder what kind of childhood he had. He rubs his chin, but the way he looked at you after that. I know, I think that might have been part of the reason why I left. We were never the same. Crazy. He was furious with you, but all I did is quote his mother and I got the big chill. Yeah, option 3. Crazy. He was furious with you, but all I did was quote his mother and I got the big chill. Maybe he's got mummy issues. Wu chuckles humorously. And who knows, maybe I've got a few daddy issues to deal with too. Guess I should try and keep an open mind when we see him. What do you think about the last run? Actually, it wasn't bad. Reminded me a little of doing undercover work for the Star. We got to go to a fancy restaurant, do some legwork, blend in, and then take a bad son of a bitch into custody and motor off in a speedboat. He smiles wistfully. Made me feel like a detective. Made me feel like a little like Detective Dirk Chappell from Bounty Hawks. You ever watch that old show on the Triad? Yeah, I saw a few episodes. It was overproduced crap, but it was fun. Didn't that get cancelled about a season in? Couldn't get into it. The model who played Mia Suwade or Suede couldn't act her way out of a paper bag. Yeah, I saw a few episodes. It was overproduced crap, but it was fun. That's the best kind of TV. He huffs indignantly. Overproduced crap, don't give me that. It was a great show. The back and forth between Chappelle and Mia Suede was legendary. I swear some people don't know art when they're seeing it. Anyway, in all seriousness, it went about as well as I can imagine any run going. We got Talon out of the way, and that's good. Don't need a bad son of a bitch like that coming back after us later. I don't know, Melinda. Doesn't always feel right taking people out like that, but it definitely feels like the smart thing to do. Yeah. Anyway, that's enough about that. Need anything else? Let's talk later. Anytime. Alright. We need to chat with Rakta. Rakta's shop is curiously silent. As you step down onto the grated metal floor, the sound of your own footsteps reverberates through the echo chamber of the converted engine room. Welcome back, my friend. He leans against his desk. Is there something that I can do for you? Quiet night in the shop, huh? Yes, a quiet night. He takes a drag on his cigarette. One best suited for contemplation, planning, and visions of the future. Care to pick up where we left off last time? His smile widens. Light gleams off of strong, sharp teeth, lending him a predatory appearance. If you like, I must confess, I have rather enjoyed our talks. It is good to have a sounding board to bounce ideas off of. Sounding board, huh? That's what I am to you? Agreed, our talks have been pleasant in an academic sense. Funny, I thought that we were friends. He's not big on, like, emotional stuff, so I feel like the academic sense is the best option here. Glad to hear that we're on the same page. He takes a drag on his cigarette. I must confess, I sometimes forget how to interact with others. I am by nature a solitary creature. It is good to have a kindred spirit, someone whom I can understand on the team. Koshi scuttles forward, mechanical pedipalps weaving. Its motions are as alien and charged with menace as they've ever been. Rakta glances at the machine and it takes a step back. He claps his hand together and rubs them briskly. So, my friend, you had questions for me? Go ahead and ask them, please. I will answer whatever I can. You said that you sometimes forget how to interact with other people? An idiosyncrasy of mine, I suppose. When I get lost in my own head, relating to others becomes difficult. He smiles apologetically. It's nothing personal, just a quirk that I occasionally struggle to hide. I know the feeling. Sometimes I feel like a visitor from another planet, like I can barely remember how to talk. You're doing a pretty good job of it. You've always been friendly with me. More than occasionally, you talk like a robot, Rakta. Not sure if I should go with the top one or the second one. Let's go with the top one. Another feeling, sometimes I feel like a visitor from another planet. Like I can barely remember how to talk. That is the feeling, yes. You summed it up quite nicely. Last time we talked, you hinted at Koshi being special in some way. I want to hear the full story. Yes, I had figured that you might tell me. Have you noticed anything unusual about Koshi in the time that we have worked together? It feels like he acts without you ordering him around, like he's semi-autonomous maybe. He seems to react to your moods. It's weird. He's almost more like an animal than he is a drone. He's creepy as hell, if that's what you mean. Nothing that I haven't attributed to clever programming and a slightly unhinged designer. I feel like option 4 is just insulting. Yeah, he seems to react to your moods. It's weird. He's almost more like an animal than he is a drone. He nods, his lips pursed. Yes, good observation. Koshi's behavior could be described as animalistic, and for good reason. And you want to tell me what that reason is? I'm waiting. Yeah. And you want to tell me what that reason is? The drone lowers itself, its killing legs splayed. Ractor looks to the drone, his head cocked, then he returns his gaze to you. His behavior is not drone-like because he is not a drone, at least not in the way that you would understand. He is a prosthesis. Prosthesis? What is he meant to replace? Explain. The principle is very simple. You can think of him as a cyber limb, if you will. He may be separated by distance, but he is joined to me as surely as a replacement leg is to its wearer. Hang on, you're telling me you're always rigged into your drone? Not on a conscious level, no, but subconsciously, yes. There is a constant two-way stream of data flowing between my brain and his systems. When he takes a step, I can feel it as a tingle in my spine. When he tears into flesh, I feel the satisfaction. We are a singular entity in two bodies, metal and flesh made one. You're gonna have to explain that. Your drone isn't a part of you, it's a machine that you control through your data jack. You're gonna have to explain that. Koshi acts as a home for my primal animal impulses, the id, to use Freud's structural model of the psyche. The analytical portions of my mind, the ego and superego, live on in me. They govern the id and, by extension, Koshi's behavior. When we're on a run and I rig into Koshi, I do not command him to attack, rather I loosen my grip on his reins and allow him to kill. He wants to hunt, to dominate, to bathe himself in blood. Reproduction would also be a drive if such a thing were possible. So, if you were killed, Koshi would what? Run amok? How can a drone have those sorts of instincts? How can a drone have those sorts of instincts? He doesn't, they are my instincts, streamed into him on a continual basis. They lend him a semblance of life, albeit one driven entirely by my reptile brain. If the stream were interrupted by my death, say, or a malfunctioning data jack, Koshi would fall as lifeless as any other machine, but barring such an interruption, he will remain part of me. One day, perhaps, I will perfect him, and part of me will live on in his chassis after the meat of my body dies, but for now, I am satisfied to live with him as a combined entity, man and machine, joined through a form of neural parabiosis into a single being. A beautiful step into a post-human future. I guess that if I have to know a mad scientist, I'm glad that he's on my side. This is weird, Ractor, and probably dangerous. I guess if I have to know a mad scientist, I'm glad he's on my side. He snickers. Well said, my friend, and the feeling is mutual. If I must associate with violent criminals, I suppose that I am happy to call them friends. Okay. So, you've rigged your drone to act as a home for your most destructive impulses. I've got to ask, why? Tell me why you think we're going to beat the essence limit. You hinted at it before, but I want to know. I think I've heard enough for now. Let's talk about something else. Okay, so you've rigged your drone to act as a home for your most destructive impulses. I've got to ask why. As proof of concept primarily, there are other advantages, of course. I shouldn't have to explain the value of a combat drone that wants to kill. Fair enough. Tell me why you think we're going to beat the essence limit. You hinted at it before, but I want to know. I could do that. I have already shared quite a lot with you, and you haven't run off screaming. A good sign, I should think. He studies your face, peering at you through the gloom. But tell me, Red, are you certain that you want to know? Some secrets are less pleasant than others. You might prefer to leave this stone unturned. I want to know whatever you have to tell me, Ractor. I don't run from things just because they're unpleasant. Say what you have to say. I'm not sure I want to know what you're going to tell me. Just forget about it. I want to know whatever you have to tell me, Ractor. I don't run from things because they're unpleasant. Very good. There are things that you don't know about me, my friend, important things. Please tell me this doesn't end with you hitting on me. No, it doesn't. All of those emotions live in the drone. What kind of things? For one, I am not, how to put it, whole. What do you mean by that? Emotionally, you mean? Mentally? What are you talking about? Your cyberware? What do you mean by that? There was an accident when I was young. A shop accident. I barely survived it. I am very heavily cybered, my friend. You wouldn't know it because I keep my enhancements hidden. Others have found them disturbing in the past. What sort of enhancements are we talking about? Disturbing? How so? What sort of enhancements are we talking about? He uses the edge of his hand to trace a line across his hips. Everything below the mid-pelvis is replacement material. That's where I was sheared in half, you see. It's a miracle that I survived the experience. The blood loss alone should have killed me, but here I am, alive and well, greatly improved in point of fact. Oh! You're saying that you're half machine? Hang on, you lost everything below the hips? I'm not going to... No. You're saying that you're half machine? Yes, the loss of so much tissue was traumatic, to be sure, as was the damage to my sense of personal identity, but it isn't so terrible as you might imagine. But every conceivable measure I have made... Sorry. By every conceivable measure, I have been made improved since the time of the accident. I am more than I was before, not less. You lost half your body, how can that not be terrible? I'm not sure that I can imagine anything worse. How could that not be terrible? He taps his temple with a finger. The doctors installed stimulus generators in my brain when they repaired me. With these, I can mimic the full range of sensations that the human body is capable of producing. Imagine the ramifications of such a thing, the things that you could do, the things you could experience, the implications for operant conditioning alone are staggering. I don't know what that means. And so, yes, I have lost the entire lower half of my body. The full ramifications of such a loss are obvious, but in return, I have gained so much more. At will, I can goad my brain into producing whatever sensation I wish. I can poke at the wiring of my own consciousness, and I can reroute that wiring as I see fit. Alright, so you're half machine. What does this have to do with essence limit? Reactor, you're beginning to creep me out. No. We're not. We told him that it won't make us run away. So we're not doing that. So, what does this have to do with essence limit? He spreads his arms. Look at me, Red. I have a shred of essence left in me, and only barely that. But I suffer none of the ill effects associated with traumatic essence loss. How can that be? A quirk of psychology. Long viewed as an illness, but never properly understood. What I now understand to be an evolutionary adaptation to a post-human future. We will conquer the essence limit given time. Natural selection will see to it, and I am the proof. These stimulus generators that you've been implanted with, how do they work? The technology is rather akin to SimSense, but considerably more powerful and flexible. Most SimSense experiences, those found in BTL chips for example, are structured around basic narratives that provide their users with context, but if you strip away the veneer of escapist fantasy, what you have left is an extremely powerful toolkit. I've never heard of anything like that on the market, not even in the shadows. What have you done with this toolkit? You mentioned operant conditioning before. Have you tried that, reprogramming yourself? Oh yes, in my position, wouldn't you? Quite a handy thing to be able to rewrite the brain's response to external stimulus. If you could make nutrient paste take like seared foie gras, wouldn't you? And the devices have proven equally useful in curbing bad habits. I could be quite impulsive before the accident, but I have since taken steps to dissuade myself from rash actions. All that being said, I must be careful not to overstep my bounds. Reprogramming the brain is a risky endeavor, however great the temptation might be. Have you heard of anyone else who's gotten these implants? Any idea where I can get myself a set of those things? Have you heard of anyone else who's gotten these implants? I know of a handful of other recipients. From what I've heard, the others were all driven quite mad. To be handed control over the inner workings of one's own brain is a tremendous responsibility. He shrugs. Perhaps the others were less well equipped to handle it than I am. Be careful with those things, Reactor. The last thing I need is you wigging out on me. Or maybe they've driven you insane too. Ever consider that possibility? This is a difficult one. I mean, we can call him out for possibly being insane. He already said that he's a mad scientist. I'm sure it'll go well. Or maybe they've driven you insane too. Ever considered that possibility? Of course, considered and rejected. The corner of his mouth curls into a wry smile. Granted, I could be wrong about that. Perhaps I am mad, but then what would that say about you and your willingness to associate with me? All this stuff that you've told me about yourself, it's a lot to digest. So what else have you been keeping from me? I know that there's more to the story than this. There is my friend, but nothing that can't wait till tomorrow. You have a lot to process, I'm sure, and I would like the remainder of the evening to myself. But if you come back later, I will finish the tale. Sure, Ractor. We'll talk tomorrow. Very good. Rest well. I got you. The dim cabin's air is thick with the pungency of incense. Well, that's a typo. A small, crudely constructed altar sits near Gaichu's box of mementos. It consists of a wooden box, a few trinkets, and a bowl for burning incense. Gaichu himself is polishing his sword again. He runs a claw along the length of the blade, feeling and listening for nicks and dents. Good evening, Red. Fine evening, isn't it? He puts the sword aside and smiles in your general direction. What can I do for you? I sort of assumed you'd want to talk about what happened with your team. Of course, I have thoughts about it, but why would I burden you or anyone else with them? If you would like to talk about it, then we may, by all means. I'm a private person by nature, however, this is why I did not seek you out or to speak to you. Of course, I want to talk about it. Are you okay? A curious question. Am I alright? I, the one who survived, who has now shed his old life entirely, who no longer needs to worry about assassins on his heels. Yes, I am more than alright. I am free. Allow me to thank you again for interceding on Ishita's behalf. Gaichu bows very low, holding it for an almost uncomfortable amount of time. I had blinded myself to the possibility of ending his life without attempting to avenge my suffering upon him. I could not let him live, but I could forgive him for his blindness and arrogance. The ability to forgive is one of the hallmarks of humanity, and without that, I fear I would have embraced my inhuman nature a little too much. You guided me away from the darkness, and that is a debt I cannot easily repay. Why couldn't you have let him live? You had to be free. That's what mattered. You're welcome. I stand by my friends. Gaichu nods sharply, smiling, and I stand by mine as well. I do not mean in any stereotypical Bushido says my sword is yours fashion either. In the shadows, your allies are your life, and you have proven to be the strongest ally I could ask for. It is only right that I return the favor. Okay? Has killing your old unit changed your outlook on life? Yes, I think it has. I had thought that embracing my nature as a ghoul would be enough to allow me to survive, become the thing you have been cursed with, so to speak, but I do not think that is true anymore. Instinct has to be tempered with forethought and logic, or the hunger and rage could overwhelm me. I must be careful not to let emotion rule over my self-control. But this shows the synergy of how a strong soul can survive this disease. If they take care and are mindful, perhaps I can show others that we are not all mindless beasts. Yeah. I mean, you're not the first, thinking ghoul that we've run into. Regardless, Ishita's sword is now mine. It is a newer blade than my own and appears to be made with some sort of enhanced dicote process along with tungsten carbide edge. Is that just like a typo for edge? I don't know. It lifts the katana, running one claw down the back of its blade. So, down the back of the blade. I have noticed a marked improvement in my speed when using it, particularly the follow-through moves. Should an enemy fall on this sword, I will be able to reposition much more rapidly. Cool. Do you regret having to kill your unit? Gaichu cocks his head as he ponders this. After a long moment, he shakes his head. No, I do not believe I do. We were locked in a dance that could only end with my death or theirs. We chose that path, consciously or not. I am unwilling to die, and I am unwilling to die so that they could live. I value my life, even changed as it is. Their insistence on following the strictures of their duty ensured this end just as surely as my refusal to die did. I regret only that circumstance and training led us to this point. They were still family to me, even at the end. But if your family turned on you and tried to kill you, you would still defend yourself. What will you do now? Gaichu recoils, expression one of rank incredulity. Surely you are joking with me. I will stay here and aid you in your endeavors. I have no other life to turn to, nor anyone else to call friend. As you have aided me, so too I will aid you. This life in the shadows is the most free and open I have ever felt. I have no desire to go or do anything else. Perhaps later I will, but not anytime soon. Fair enough. Have a good night, Gaichu. And the same to you, my friend. Complete Gaichu's storyline? Hell yeah. Alright, so. Catch a boat to the sinking ship to find Gobbet. Weird that it wasn't going to let me save the game. Okay. Captain Jomo is busily playing some kind of gambling game on his comlink. It beeps and flashes as he taps away. Come on, Jomo, win, not lose. Maybe buy yourself that new hat. He doesn't appear to have noticed you at all. Game makes a sad, defeated noise. Jomo curses under his breath, nose wrinkling in disgust. Finally, he seems to notice you. Stupid game. Always. It cheats me. Never a good hand. Now, kindly Cheng sends you. La. Aya? I don't know. You need Captain Jomo to take you to play pirates. We can do that later. Right now, I need a favor. What favor can Jomo do for you? You need a body dumped at sea. I can do it fast. No one will see. Maybe you need to hide some cargo on a beach. Make a map with an X marks the spot. Captain Jomo bursts into hearty laughter, slapping his side in mirth. Travel to the sinking ship. I need you to take me to the sinking ship. Ah, easy. I know exactly where that heap of junk is. Lead the way then. Oh, it's just me and Isabel. Oh no. Firm. Hum Hung Bay, Captain Jomo's converted speedboat chops through the rough water like a cleaver through chicken bones, launching you skyward with every wave that it hits. Your destination, the sinking ship, Gobbet's former home. The orc pirate laughs and opens the throttle. Wind and rain lash your face as the floating amalgamation of ship containers grows larger. You can see that it is stacked with at least 3 containers deep. It's stacked at least 3 containers deep, and an elegant brick of corrugated weathered steel, an assortment of pontoons, buoys, and other flotation devices have been lashed to the base of the raft to prevent it from tipping. You don't know what's happening here or why Gobbet felt the need to go face it alone, but one way or another, you're about to find out. I love the very brief image of Isabel T-posing. Glorious. All right, I'm set up. Isabel, would you mind taking one of those and an extra one of those for me? I don't think I can use this. Yeah, I cannot. Cool. Cool. Let's go. You have Karma available to improve your character's attributes and skills. Open the Karma screen. No. The scramble up the side of the sinking ship was treacherous. You hauled yourself up over the edge with your heart hammering in your chest. Clawing for purchase against the wind and the driving rain, walking on the surface deck isn't much better. The steel that you're standing on is slick, sheeted with water from the rainstorm that hammers down from above. Every time you shift your weight, you can feel your feet begin to slide. There are no safety rails in sight. A slip, a rogue wave. It wouldn't take much to send you screaming over the edge of the raft and into the dark water below. This thing is a wreck. Isabel gingerly prods at a rusted section of the container that you're standing on with her boot. It depresses easily with entirely too much give. I can't believe that Gobbet ever chose to live here. I'm sure it's nicer on the inside. What'd you expect? You've seen her cabin on the bolt hole. From her description of the sinking ship, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one. From her description of the sinking ship, I didn't expect it to be this bad. Yeah, she always told me that the lady in charge, what was her name? Melinda? Melinda's my name. Malvina. She always told me that Malvina was a control freak, all obsessed with order and cleanliness, and Cadmus was supposed to be the top quality repair guy. She prods the patch of rust again, frowning. The steel flakes under her foot. This thing looks like it's in good repair to you? No, but we don't know. I take it that was a rhetorical question. There's no guarantee that those two are even a lie. No, but we don't know. A sudden gust of wind buffets you, sending you sliding. Isabel drops to a crouch, clinging to the metal with gloved hands to keep herself from slipping. She looks up, locks her dark eyes on you. We should get moving. It's dangerous up here, and my gear is getting soaked. Agreed. Let's find Gobbet and make sure she's alright. Finding Gobbet's friends, Cadmus and Malvina, might be a good place to start. Yeah. Finding Gobbet's friends. She nods. You take the lead. I'll follow. Ow. I'm so dead. Are they also killing the rats? Is that what's going on here? Alrighty. I can give myself +3 armor. That's totally gonna help. If I move away and give myself armor so that Isabel can grenade these fuckers, that's probably gonna work out better. Cool. Isabel. Grenade is not gonna do enough. Oh, this is doing damage to me. Didn't realize it was that close to me. Oh well. Glad I did the armor. Stop that. Oh. All right. Pistol. Let's go. Okay, they're neutral. Good to know. Oh. Got the bastards. Join us by the fire and get warm. The woman by the fire looks like she hasn't seen a bar of soap in weeks. Her companion doesn't look much better. Their faces are streaked with soot and grime that the rain seems impotent to wash away. Glad to see you made it through that in one piece. The woman smiles at you, revealing a set of crooked teeth. Please come stand by the fire and get warm. Tell us who you are first. Yeah, sure. Thank you for your hospitality. The smile widens. Of course, we don't get strangers here often, and it's far too miserable out to turn away a guest. Want to tell us what's up with the killer? Tell me what's up with the killer rats. Devil rats, you mean? They're becoming something of a crisis for us. We don't know why they've started attacking, and we can't seem to wipe them out. Truth be told, we could really use your help. I've got some questions. If you two are locals, maybe you can answer them? They exchange uneasy glances. Sure. She tries on a smile. Ask away. What are your names? My name is Kara Leung. She jerks her thumb at the rotund man huddled by her side. That's Patrick Lowe. He lifts his doughy face from the fire to squint at you. Hey, welcome aboard. So are you two the welcoming committee? Yes, Malvina told us. His companion cuts in. We were told to keep position up here and watch for incoming vessels. Piracy is always a threat in these waters. I can't tell you how happy we were to see a couple of friendly faces on deck. Yeah, this is sketchy as all fuck. How do you know that we're friendly? We're heavily armed strangers and you only just met us. She chuckles. If you wanted to kill us, you'd have done it already, right? Besides, we know you aren't pirates. You haven't tried to rob us yet. When did the devil rats first start appearing? A couple months ago, I think. The days kind of flow together out here. It's hard to say. They only started getting aggressive a couple weeks ago, though. Okay, how many people live on the sinking ship? Beats me. The population's been going down recently, though. I'll tell you that much. A lot of the ship is barricaded, off limits. We have no idea how many people are living in those sections now, but when we first arrived on the sinking ship, there were at least a couple hundred souls on board. Attrition being what it is, I'd guess that there are maybe 70 of us left. Like he said, it's hard to say. You two don't seem very well equipped to fight against those things, no offense. None taken, we're squatters, not soldiers. We're doing our best, but I'd be lying if I said I weren't glad to have professionals on board. Okay. Want to tell us why your raft is crawling with those things? Her smile fades. We don't know. At first, it was just a nuisance, but lately, it's been getting a lot worse. Those little monsters are threatening our nest. We try to kill them, but they just keep coming back. Alright, that answers my questions. Good, so you're ready to help us? We'll help with your rat problem, but you need to help us first. He turns to his companion. Refresh my memory, didn't we just help peel a swarm of devil rats off them a few seconds ago? You got one of them. We had 4. But whatever, Patrick. Isabel heels to face the man scowling. We didn't ask you to do that. We could have handled the rats on our own. We're just looking for a friend. She sighs. Alright, describe this friend of yours to me. She's young, about my age, orcish with a shaved scalp and dreadlocks. Have you seen her? I'm afraid not. I wish we had, but we don't get to see many strangers here. So how about it? Will you help us with our rat infestation or not? Yeah, we'll help. She breathes a sigh of relief. The rats have been a huge problem for us. Between the damage that they inflict and the diseases they carry, they've made it impossible for us to keep up our regular maintenance duties on the raft. If you follow us, we'll lead you down below decks. With your help, we'll get this ship cleaned out again. I think I've already asked all the questions. Lead the way, then we'll follow. The hatch down below is just over this way. We'll show you down. Yeah, that's fine. Exploration! Right. I'm gonna have to like go back out to the main menu to figure this out, which is really annoying. Ooh, there's a pickup over there. So apparently there is a button that highlights shit that I can interact with. I'll take it. But I don't know what this button is. The fact that it exists is rather handy. A shallow pool of standing water has gathered. Why is it electrified? Has gathered on the platform, separating it from the access hatch at the edge of the raft. Electricity arcs over the surface of the pool in angry spiderwebs of blue-white light. Whoa, hold up. The damn anti-boarding system's gone haywire again. He points at the crackling pool. Look, it isn't draining the way it's supposed to. She slams her heel into the deck, her face flushing red in frustration. Again, we've just fixed the pump last week. Anti-boarding system? Isabel looks up from the crackling pool, fixes her eyes on the locals. What the hell is this? A bad idea, that's what. Blame the Shadowrunners that lived on this thing before we did. It's like an anti-theft system on a car, only a lot meaner. When it gets tripped, the channel floods and the ship's power gets shunted into the water. It can deliver a hell of a shock. She shakes her head at the crackling pool, scowling. Only now it seems to trigger randomly, and the pump that we installed as a workaround has started breaking down at the drop of a hat. Great. Why didn't you just disable the damned thing in the first place? First we get attacked by devil rats, and now this. I think I'm detecting a theme on this raft. Why didn't you just disable the thing in the first place? We tried, lost 3 good engineers trying. In the end, we decided to just go with a workaround. No pool, no shocks. Well, that was the theory anyway. Well, it isn't that dangerous, all things considered. He glances at you and Isabel, sizes you up. You've got boots on right, you should probably make it across without... Isabel cuts him off, a serious look on her face. It's pouring rain, we're both drenched, and that thing has to be putting out a lot of voltage for those arcs to be visible like that. Trying to cross that pool as is would be a bad idea. A really bad idea. What makes it even worse is because it's salt water. Because we basically fell in. We're double fucked. Because salt is silly when it comes to conducting things. Maybe we can find a way to drain the water. Yeah, that pump over there. She points to a rusted hunk of machinery at the edge of the pool. I'm guessing that that's the one that isn't working. Yeah, that's the one. It's supposed to keep this part of the deck clear, but it keeps breaking down. She shakes her head in disgust. Stupid thing. I swear it must have burned through 4 different fuses in the past 2 weeks. We'll try fixing the pump first. If it doesn't work, we'll have a look around for another solution. She turns away from the dwarf, sneering. One that doesn't involve crossing on foot. Even jumping over it wouldn't be a good idea. Because if you jump over it, the fact that it's a moving thing on a surface of water means that we could just slip and end up back in it anyway, which is, well, we're fucked. Cool. Machinery. Before you sits a very worn and very non-functional water pump. An ancient hose snakes down from the pump into a drainage channel along the deck. Looks pretty busted. Maybe we could fix it with some junk that's littering the deck. Examine the pump mechanism. Upon closer inspection, you can see this pump suffers from clear signs of neglect. Years of constant use and deferred maintenance have taken their toll on the machine, and it has recently broken down. Heavy scoring and burn patterns also indicate the reason why the pump isn't working. A blown fuse. Isabel, can you fix this? She studies the broken mechanism, frowning, afraid not. If it were a computer, I could probably do something with it, but I'm not much of a mechanic. If we find a replacement fuse, I can slot it for you. Anything else, and you're on your own. I don't have high enough intelligence to fix this. Sadness. Walk away. Okay. Can we talk to the peeps over here? Yes. Hello. One of the locals looks up at the sound of your approach. The others remain huddled around the low fire, their backs hunched against the pelting rain. You need something, girl? If not, shove off. This fire's taken. The water pump on the other side of the deck blew a fuse. Nowhere I can find a new one. Maybe it could be a new fuse anywhere up here. We tend to throw things like that away. Tend not to throw things like that away. He shrugs. Check the piles. That's where bits and bobs usually wind up. I'd watch my hands if I were you, though. Rats have been known to hide in those piles. The old man chuckles, nods. He's right. Might get chewed on if you're not careful. I want you to tell me what's happening here. We're looking for a friend of ours. Maybe you've seen her. I doubt it. We mostly keep to ourselves up here. She'd be a new arrival, an orc about my age, calls herself Gobbet, seen her around. Never heard of her. If you haven't seen Gobbet, maybe you could tell me about Malvina. She's still in charge of this raft. Yeah, but if you want to talk to her, you're going to have to go down below. Boss lady stays down there by the waterline. I'd stay away if I were you, though. Why? Just do yourself a favor and do as he says, girl. In fact, do us all a favor and get back on that trash heap you floated in on. I promise you'll be happier for it if you do. I want you to tell me what's happening here. The old man grunts. It's raining. That wasn't what you meant. Tell us about the devil rats. The younger local cuts in. Strange things always been happening here ever since the beginning, but yeah, things have been odder than usual lately, and those damned rats are a big part of it. With all the people who've been getting sick, I've considered packing up and moving away. He chuckles to himself. But I've got no place to go. Been here for about 5 years now, and everyone I care about lives on this raft, so here I stay. Okay, go then, shove off.
The old man makes a brushing motion with the back of his hand. If you're smart, you won't stop until you've hit dry land. Nothing here. Hello, rat. Sift through the pile, you hear a rustling sound, two beady eyes lock with yours. Kill! Hate that. Come on. Damn it. Yes. Aha! Go. Nothing here. No rats. Lovely. Replacement fuse. Third time's a charm. Love that. Ancient pump sits lifeless on the deck. Replace the blown fuse. You eject the pump's blown fuse. It clatters to the deck below. With a deft motion, you click the intact fuse that you discovered into place. Lights on the pump control panel go from red to green, and the little machine rattles back to life. Cute. Oh, yay. Well, this is annoying. Cool. One of them. Ow. This is why we have two of them. One. Two. Go. Nothing extra to say? Cool. Down we go. Upon descending the ladder, you find yourself in the cramped confines of a shipping container interior walls. Sorry. Confines of a shipping container. Interior walls have been erected of corrugated aluminium, and doors have been cut to allow passage from compartment to compartment. The air down here is ripe with the odor of rotting garbage. Interesting. Well, not really. It is primarily the home for a bunch of shaman of rat. Sorry about the state of the place. The rats have kept our work crews too busy to worry about hauling garbage. But now that you're here, we'll be able to set things right, kill off those little bastards once for all. Before we go after the rats, I want you to take me to someone in a position of authority on this wreck. Malvina or Cadmus, say. Or Gobbet. We don't know anyone named Gobbet. Cadmus is sick. He's in the quarantine wing. He probably doesn't have long. Malvina is below us on the lower deck. She's a busy woman though. She's the only one who's keeping this place afloat. Take us to Cadmus then. Follow us, we'll take you right to him. Okay. Inspect. Due to recent weather issues, only 3 people are allowed on the top deck at a time. Report violations of this policy. There were 5 people up there. 6. Because there was 4 people off to the side. Not including the 2 people that we commandeered. Sup? Local inhabitant. Middle-aged woman with a slouching posture stands with her back to a reinforced door. With a languid motion, she turns her head to stare at you. New folks, I'll be damned. She shifts position with a grunt. The hell are you doing here? Looking for a friend of ours? Maybe you've seen her. She shakes her head. No. Nope, I ain't seen your friend. Sorry. You don't even know what our friend looks like yet. How can you say for sure that you haven't seen her? No one's come down here today. Not you. Sorry, but you. Not a soul. Didn't see anyone yesterday either. And I can't remember much past then. She smiles, revealing a crumbling set of nicotine-stained teeth. Bad memory. Can't do a thing about it. Who are you? Name's Lisa. You can call me Lise. Sorry, Lise though. Everybody on the raft does. What's behind that door? She runs her tongue over her teeth. Storage closet, nothing worthwhile in there. Don't even know why they have me standing watch over the thing. But those are the rules, right? You can't question the rules. If there's nothing worthwhile in there, then it couldn't hurt to let us have a look around inside, could it? She frowns, thinking, I guess that it couldn't. I mean, you can't steal nothing, can you? So, how about it? Will you open the door for us? She reaches back and pulls the lever. You hear the metallic scrape of the door unlatching itself. Here you go, knock yourselves out. Fuck yeah! High charisma for the win. Hi. Sick dwarf. Inspect. Hello, local. How you doing? Woman standing guard. Judy nods in acknowledgement. Strangers, you picked a bad time to come visit. We aren't visiting, we're looking for a friend. Well, you're out of luck. I haven't seen anyone from outside of quarantine in weeks. You want to talk to someone? Talk to the dwarf. I'm busy. She hefts her weapon. Her eyes glued to the door. I need to keep my eye out for more of those bastards. We can't let any more of them sneak in here, not after what happened to Simon. Best of luck. Inspect. Door is heavily reinforced and barricaded. It'd take a bulldozer to get it open. Sup. Stocky dwarf leans up against the wall of the container room. His skin is sallow and it hangs off his bulky frame like a half-deflated balloon. You saw plenty of sick people back in the Barrens, addicts, BTL heads, people whose immune systems had been ravaged by disease. This guy looks worse. Hello, stranger. Don't see many new faces on the raft these days, he sighs. But you're here, so you want something. Now what would that be? Isabel pushes forward. We're friends of Gobbet, seen her around. He chuckles. Friend, if you're looking for Gobbet, you're about 3 years too late. Your friend ain't here, and you've stumbled in the worst kind of place to be. And you stumbled in the worst kind of place to be lost. What's your name, friend? Me, I'm nobody important. He coughs into his sleeve. The sound is alarmingly wet. Just a man waiting to die. Are you Cadmus? He appraises you, a neutral look on his face. Finally, he nods with a grunt. Yeah, that's me. You haven't seen Gobbet lately, have you? No, haven't seen the girl in years. I'd love to, mind you. She was a good friend way back when. What's wrong with this place? Aside from the uninvited guests, you mean? He struggles to stifle another cough. We've got a rat problem. We've noticed. Don't let what's happened to me happen to you too. You want my advice? Get out of here, and you do it before you get bit. He gestures at the sweat-damp heaps of cloth that line the walls around him. If you don't, you might just wind up on your deathbed here, right by my side. Alright, we'll leave you in peace then. Yeah, you do that. If you should happen to find Gobbet, bring her by. I haven't seen her in a long time. It'd do me good to talk to her again before I die of this damn disease. That is unfortunate. Is it bad that I'm honestly waiting for these two to just like, yeah, they're gonna be our happy-go-lucky tour guides, and then turn on us at the worst fucking moment? Some tags, they seem relatively fresh. They haven't been here long. Okay, cool. Open door. Oops. Ship inhabitant. Hello. The man standing before you looks cleaner than most of the other squatters on the sinking ship. There are no streaks of grease on his cheeks, and his clothes look freshly laundered. He leers at you as you approach. Well, what have we here? Strangers on our humble raft, exploring her leaking bowels. The man grins, revealing a cavernous gap in his teeth. He hefts a snifter, brimming with cognac in salute. Welcome to the sinking ship, stranger. Now tell me what you want. Who are you? You may address me as Mercurio. He bows slightly, the cognac sloshing in his glass at your service. Looking for a friend of ours, an orc 19 years old, goes by the name of Gobbet. Oh, and she ran away from you, did she? He grins, ran all the way here to our little palace on the water. Have you seen her, or haven't you? Insistent little thing, aren't you? He puts his lips to the crystal of his snifter and slurps up a mouthful of liquor. No, I haven't seen you run away, friend, but if I do run into her, I'll tell you that you're looking. What do you do on the raft? A bit of this, a bit of that. I'm an artist, or rather, I used to be an artist and a socialite, and a man about town. He spreads his hands. By town, I mean raft, of course. Now, I find myself shut away here on the sinking ship's upper decks. I've been festering away here for months, desperately clinging to the finer things in life. He sniffs. Quite the tale of woe, really. That's it? You just loiter around and socialize? So what you're saying is you're basically useless. That's it? I'm gonna go with that's it? You just loiter around and socialize? A fine, noble profession. He takes another sip, swilling the brandy in his mouth. But you're a street-level operative. No blue-collar work. I wouldn't expect you to understand. Now, if that will be quite all, he glances at the door. I'll leave you to your business. Hi. How you doing? Why are you standing in a pool of blood? The squatter is in need of immediate medical attention. Her torso is a gory mess, and an ever-expanding pool at her feet tells you that she's well on her way to bleeding out. She peers at you through sunken eyes set into an alarmingly grey face. Please, help me. Healing magic? Calm yourself, I can heal you. The strange energies of your magic wash over her, erasing the hole in her abdomen. Gradually, her eyes focus and the color returns to her face. Shakily, she extends a hand in greeting. I don't know who you are, strangers, but you just saved my life. If I can ever return the favor, you let me know. What's your name, friend? Maria Lamb. My friends call me Sparrow. Is this one of Gobbet's friends? It's good to meet you, Sparrow. She chuckles. Better luck for me that I met you. If I hadn't, I think that I'd have bled out by now. How'd you get shot? I was part of the last mutiny attempt. Made it through that all right, but I guess that I also made some enemies. I don't know who shot me, but it's a fair bet that someone on this boat is holding a grudge. Yeah, okay, cool. We're looking for a friend of ours, a female orc about 19 years old. Have you seen her? She shakes her head. Afraid not. I haven't been able to focus on much since I took that bullet to the gut. Been fading in and out. If your friend is here, then I hope that she managed to avoid the welcoming committee. The two locals that we met topside, you mean? An elf and a dwarf? She nods. I don't trust them, and you shouldn't either. Don't know where their loyalties lie. We'll keep it in mind. Thanks for letting us know. She shrugs. Like I said, I owe you my life. Giving you a friendly warning is the least I can do. We'll let you get on with your day. Alright, but if you ever need anything else, you know where to find me. We certainly do. What's through here? Hello. A slender human woman in shabby overalls looks up from her work with a frown. You can't help but notice the scar on her neck. Do I know you? What are you doing on this raft? We're here to help you. Could you answer a few questions for me? She frowns. Alright, but make it quick. I've got work to do. What's your name? She eyes you warily. I'm nobody important, just a worker trying to keep this thing afloat. Let's leave it at that, if you please. Have you had any close encounters with the devil rats? Yeah, don't go downstairs unless you absolutely have to. The lower decks are absolutely crawling with the things. Alright, I'll leave you to your work. Yeah, thanks. I'd be careful out there. Terminal. Water drips down from a leak in the ceiling to spatter against the case of this ancient terminal. It's a miracle that this thing is still functional. A blinking green cursor awaits your input. Access to terminal. Host serve, free, mail client user, Chung Sun Anson. New regs, damned rats, quarantine, meeting. Read the first message. From Malvina. We need to talk about these new regulations that you keep handing down. Look, I used to be a merchant marine. I get it. I know how important procedure is on a boat, and I know the mindset that you're working against. But some of these new regs are bordering on draconian, and they're getting in the way of our maintenance crews downstairs. Order is a good thing. Micromanaging isn't. So let's talk about it, okay? ACS. Second message. To Cadmus. We've had a hell of an infestation going on in the lower levels, and we need to start doing something about it. Can I count on you and your boys to help me with this? I know that Em would frown on what I'm proposing, but she isn't doing anything to help. We have to have to take matters into our own hands before things get ugly, ACS. Quarantine. Cadmus. This was exactly what I was afraid of. See, those bloody rats have eaten us out of house and home, and now their food supply is gone. They've decided to turn on us. It's pretty clear that M can't or won't use her magic to fix this, so it's on us to deal with the fallout. I've had the upstairs maintenance crew set aside a couple of containers as a quarantine sick area / sick room. It's inevitable that we're gonna start seeing people getting sick, and we need a place to shelve them. If we don't do this, we're going to have a panic on our hands. Vitas deaths aren't pretty. Meeting. To Yasmin Huang. Yaz, tell your brother that I got his note and that I'll be there. I don't know what all this is about, but I have a guess, and if I'm right, well, I'm in. Things have to change around here for all our sakes. Okay. Alright. Just gonna pause for a moment. I need to blow my nose. Alrighty. Hopefully, my ability to breathe will become less hindered. Alright, so we've been through here now. Ooh, there's a path over here. Inspect. These scratches look like they were made by claws, but they're much bigger than anything that a devil rat could make. Ship inhabitant. Another squatter, this one more beaten up than most. Bloody bandages wrap his knuckles, and one of his orbital sockets has been crushed, deforming the silhouette of his face. He peers at you with a mixture of suspicion and hostility. Don't recognize you? That means you're new here. His voice comes out in a hoarse croak. You picked a bad place to go sightseeing, outsider. You okay, man? You don't look so good. No, I'm not okay. I'm all beaten up and going blind in one eye. Now tell me what you want so I can be on my way. He spits the words out like venom. Looking for a friend of ours, a female orc about 19 years old, calls herself Gobbet. Haven't seen her, sorry. What's your name? My name, Ivan Fu. That all? Can I go? Tell me about the sinking ship. I want to hear your take on what's happening here. It's going to shit. Rats everywhere. People dying. Smells like garbage scow. He grunts. That satisfy your curiosity, outsider? Can you tell me any more? It's important. Look, I ain't the damn welcoming committee. I'm just a bloody old man who wants to get back to his squat. If you want to know more about the boat, ask someone else. Alright, I'll leave you be. Oh. That's all we can do. This way. Local up ahead beckons you forward. It's just up this way through this door here. As you approach, something catches your eye. A vent in the wall behind the locals. Movement, something living, must be hidden inside. Say nothing. Behind you, more devil rats. Panic-stricken, they begin to turn, their weapons raised. There's a flurry of motion, and something large explodes out of the vent. Gobbet lands at a crouch, her weapon raised. Don't go in there, it's a trap. Oh, hi, Gobbet. Oh, shit, I just gave you away. I'm so sorry. I'm still on no health. Oh, and the door's locked. We can still go this way. $30, $40. Could be funny. There is no cover for Isabel. Not without ending up in the mess that's over here. It's fine. Come on. Yeah, have a haste buff. Bloodied local toxes her gun aside and raises a pair of trembling hands. Her eyes have gone wide with terror. I'm sorry. We didn't want to do it. We didn't have a choice. The words come spilling out in a frantic babble. It ordered us to... What it? What are you talking about? Explain yourself. I don't know what... I don't know what it is. It talks with Malvina's voice, but it isn't her. Helpless tears stream down her cheeks, clinging to her skin like beads of dew on a leaf. If you want to live, you have to do what it says. I'm gonna let you live. Don't make me regret it. Squatter collapses against the wall, sobbing uncontrollably. Gobbet dusts herself off and paces towards you. Hey, it is. Hey, Seattle. I don't remember inviting you on this run, but I guess that I'm glad you could make it. She jerks her head toward the squatter's ruined body. You're welcome, by the way. Want to tell me what the hell is going on here, Gobbet? We're welcome, We're welcome? Gobbet, we came out here to help you. Are you alright? We came looking for you. Let's go with the second one. We came here to help you. And now that I've finished pulling your ass out of the fire, maybe you can do that. Did I mention that they were leading you into a trap because that's what they were doing? Yeah, I figured that out, Gobbet. Yeah, you mentioned it. What kind of trap? The kind where you end up dead. Look, I don't know exactly what they were planning to do, but I've seen them lead people through those doors before. She gestures toward the heavy double doors at the end of the hall. The people who I watched go in there, never came back out again, not a one. They'd just scream and scream, and when the doors opened again, they'd be gone. So you don't actually know what's in there then? No, but judging by all the screaming, I'm gonna make an educated guess that it's probably something bad. There is a long, awkward pause. Finally, Isabel steps forward. So, now that we're all together, do you want to tell us why you came back here all by yourself? We'd have gone with you, Gobbet. All that you had to do was tell us. She raises her hands. Yeah, I know, but I figured that this one was on me, and I didn't want to wait another minute. Besides, I had a plan. You're on a boat full of hostiles by yourself in the dead of night, being hunted by devil rats. That doesn't sound like a great plan to me. Yeah? What kind of plan was that? Pretty simple one. All I wanted to do was get the lay of land, sneak around a little, maybe find my old friends, and get some answers. I didn't come here to get into a firefight, and it's easier to be quiet solo than it would be dragging you two around, no offense. No, that's fair. So you scoped the place out. Fine, mission accomplished. Do you know what you're doing now? Yeah, this place is fucked. I'm gonna sink it. Wait a second, what? The sinking ship is doomed, Seattle. I could feel that the second I set foot on board. She checks herself, earlier than that even. On some level, I think that I could feel it back home. That's why I couldn't stop thinking about this place. Whatever is happening here, it's wrong. The whole place feels off to me somehow. Maybe even toxic. I came back to find my friends, Cadmus and Malvina, to check on them. Instead, I found a swarm of man-eating rats, a death trap, and a bunch of squatters who seem intent on killing me. How fun. Her tone becomes brisk. So, I'm gonna kill him right back. And I'm gonna use the scuttling charges that are still embedded in the hull to do that. I've already handled the ones on this level, but I haven't gone down below yet. We need to activate the charges below the waterline if we're gonna bring this sucker down. And so, that's where you're headed now. Downward. Not quite, on account of the trap. I don't know how to get past it yet. She frowns. Minor setback, right? So, my next step was to figure that out. Makes sense to me. Time to go ask some pointed questions then. You've still got friends on this raft, Gobbet. We ran into Cadmus earlier. He wants to see you. I've got a better idea. Let's pack up and go home. You've still got some friends on this raft, Gobbet. We ran into Cadmus earlier. He wants to see you. That's great. Of all the people on this raft, Cad is the one I'd most trust to get us past what's in that room. Whatever's in that room. He was always more of a mechanic than he was a shaman. We have to figure out how to get past the trap, I get that. But let's keep our eyes open while we're doing that. There's going to be more going on here there could be more going on here than you realize. Let's get this over with. The sooner we learn how to get past that room, the sooner we can blow this thing and go home. We're going with the top option. There could be more going on here than you realize. I seriously doubt it. Remember what I told you about second guessing? She isn't second guessing anything. We haven't seen enough to make a decision yet. You may have, but we haven't. Gobbet lets out an exasperated sigh. Alright, you want to take a look around? We'll do that, but afterwards, we're arming the rest of those charges. Let's move. Maintenance notice. All lower decks are off limits until further notice. Maintenance. Okay. Don't open door. Got it. Oh good, you didn't suddenly die. Love that. The dwarf's smoky eyes track you as you approach. A wave of recognition washes over his face, but his movements remain lethargic. Eventually, he manages to slur out a few words. Gobbet, back after all this time. Yeah, I'm sorry it's taken so long. Gobbet stares at the dwarf, wide-eyed. It's good to see you again, Cad. It's good to see you too, kid. Another coughing fit bends him over. I see you found your friends. She nods. Yeah, found them. You don't look very good, Cadman. Well, I'm breathing, kinda. He gestures to a rack of makeshift beds arranged around him. The cots are crammed full of the dead and dying. That's more than I can say for some. She swallows Cadmus' eye. Save it. I'm not mad. He squeezes his eyes shut. I'm mostly just happy to hear your voice again. It's good to have a friend. Are you sick, Cadmus? He grins. Between his sunken eyes and hollow cheeks, the end result is ghastly. Ill? I would say so. Deathly ill. Vitas is a real bitch. Even a neutered strain like this, one can really knock you on your ass. You'll be okay, Cad. You're a dwarf and a shaman. That's 2 big points in your favor. You're gonna walk this off, you'll see. Spare me the pep talk. I'm too tired to walk. He coughs into his sleeve. Cad. Save it. I know what my chances look like, and they ain't good. I've seen a lot of our friends loaded into those cots. Gobbet. They all went out in garbage bags. Anyway, he wrestles his mouth into a friendly smile. Let's talk about something else, huh? All this doom and gloom is getting to me. Tell us what's happening here. Bad things. A lot of good people died. Something's gone rotten on this raft, Gobbet. You know what I mean. Toxic. Yeah, I can feel it too. I can feel it all the way back home. Her throat moves, but it takes a moment for her voice to catch up. Cadmus, where are our friends? What happened to Yasmin and Anson and Malvina? Anson's dead. He never made it into the sick room, just disappeared. But I know where he went. He stabs a finger downward at the floor. Yasmin's still with us, still small favors, right? But the fight has gone out of her. She's content to do what she's told and tremble. Malvina ain't Malvina anymore. I'm gonna say nothing. I was afraid of that. I just needed to hear you say it. She's gone toxic, hasn't she? She's gone toxic because of that damn bauble I gave her. It ain't her, Gobbet, it's something else. He struggles to contain another cough. Eventually it passes. But yeah, that shiny red egg that you and Sui lifted is the cause of it, I think. The ugliness was already inside of her, but that thing brought it out. She squeezes her eyes shut and balls her hands into fists. Shit. Cadmus, you said that Malvina isn't herself anymore, so what is she? You ever heard of a rat king? That old folklore thing? Bunch of rats all fused together, their tails all wrapped and twisted into a great big knot. That's what Mal has become. I don't know how many different spirits she's tied her essence to, but the last time I opened my third eye to her, I couldn't see where they ended and she began. What does that even mean? I've never heard of... It means that she ain't human anymore, girl. Her aura is bound to other things, alien things, all tangled and twisted and grown together. They're all one being now, a rat king. It talks like Malvina, but it ain't her anymore. So this rat king is still human, physically speaking. Is she possessed? I'm assuming from the description that he just gave that, like, this doesn't line up as a possession. So this rat king is still human, physically speaking. I don't know. I've heard rumors that Malvina's meat body is changing too. Haven't seen it myself. Don't know if I want to. Another long, wet cough interrupts his speech and he wipes his mouth with the back of his head. Talisman that the Rat King is holding, the shiny object. Do you know how it works? Nah, I tried sensing it once. The only thing that I took away from the experience was a migraine. Felt like there were railroad spikes buried behind my eyes for days. Oh, that's not good. All I can tell you for certain is that it still works as long as the Rat King's connection. As the Rat King's connected to that thing, you can't hurt it. Any holes you put in its body will close up on their own. So what are we expected to do against that? So it's invincible. Wonderful. I didn't say that. It's the bauble that makes the Rat King what it is, so you're just gonna have to find a way to steal it. Gobbet managed to do that during Sui's rebellion. I'll bet that she can do it again. Did you try and fight this Rat King? Yeah, I'd had enough. A lot of us had. So we took a page from old Sui's book. He offers you a sickly grin. We mutinied. He gestures at the writhing bodies on the cots of the sick room. This is what's left of our side. Been locked in here for 5 days now, waiting for Vitas to finish the job. The rest of us got fed to the rats. Doesn't seem to have gone very well. Another mutiny? Seriously? Yeah, doesn't seem to have gone very well. The half smile of his face evaporates. No, it didn't. Truth is, we weren't prepared for how many of those bastard rats Malvina had bred, and we weren't expecting our shipmates to fight on her behalf. Why would the others stop you from taking the ship back? That doesn't even make sense. Why do you think, girl? Fear. Fear of death, fear of being gnawed apart by 100 vermin, fear of that thing. You're saying that people here aren't brainwashed, that they're just afraid? Scared shitless is a better way of putting it, and I can't blame them. If anything, we're the crazy ones for trying to fight that thing. If the Rat King soldiers only serve it because they're afraid, then maybe we can turn them away from it. If they're making a conscious choice to collaborate with that thing, then they deserve whatever they get. Yeah, let's try the top one. Maybe we can turn them away from it. Could do. They might rally around someone they know. Maybe someone who lived with and fought for him for years. He eyes Gobbet. That was a subtle hint, girl. I've got a better idea. We're gonna get you and your people onto lifeboats, and then we're sending this raft to the bottom of the bay. And the Rat King is going with it. You can't mean that. This is our home. We've got nowhere else to go, Gobbet. I am not gonna leave that thing. I'm not gonna let that thing force us to put this raft to the torch. You've already tried it your way. Look at what happened. Isabel steps in. Maybe it's good that you leave this place. I've lived in a place like this before. I've seen what it can do to people. She grew up in the walled city, Cad. Then she knows what we've got to look forward to if you sink this raft, because we sure as hell can't afford to live anywhere else. He cranes his neck to look up at Gobbet, pleading. Desperation burns in his eyes. Gobbet, listen, it's too late for the sinking ship. It isn't too late for the sinking ship. We can still turn this thing around. My mutiny failed because the Rat King knew things that we didn't. Yours can succeed if you'll try. She shakes her head obstinately. My gut says that we should sink the raft. It's said that from the moment I arrived here. That's what Rat wants me to do, so that's what I'm gonna do. Gobbet, Cadmus might be right. If we could drum up enough support, I think we could retake the sinking ship. Sorry, Cadmus. We're sinking this thing. You and your people will just have to take your chances on land. Gobbet, Cadmus might be right. If we could drum up enough support, I think we could retake the sinking ship. Her eyes narrow. Have you forgotten the first lesson I taught you, Seattle? Always go with your gut. And my gut says... Spare us the lecture, Gobbet. Cadmus is right. You're going off half-cocked again. The truth is, we can save this raft if you want to. If you don't, tell us and we'll sink it. Look, Gobbet, things have changed since you decided to sink this raft. You can see that, right? She sets her jaw, draws a deep breath, then slowly releases it. Alright, Cad. If you're sure that you can keep up your end, I'd be willing to help you with your mutiny. But if your people fuck it up, I'm sinking this thing. Got it? Yeah, thanks. With your help, we can do this. That remains to be seen. He waves her off. Go on, get moving, and convince as many people as you can to help us when the time comes. Whoever you don't bring around to your side is going to fight against us, so be thorough about it. When you're ready for us to make a move, trigger the shipboard alarm system. 2 blasts, then we'll start kicking indoors. Alright, Cad. 2 blasts starts the mutiny, but if we sound the alarm once and leave it, you get your people the hell off this raft. Got it? 1 blast means you're sinking the raft. You do that, and I'm kicking your bony ass from here to Macau. But yeah, I hear you. Another long wet cough racks his body. You got all that, stranger? You know what you're supposed to do? We convince people to join you, then trigger the alarm. 1 blast means we're sinking the raft. 2 means that the mutiny is on. Got it. Good, thanks, and Gobbet. Thank you. Does me good to know that you're with us on this. Glad to have you on our side, stranger. When the time for mutiny comes, you can count me in. Okay? Oh, hey. We're taking another run at the Rat King, and we're gonna kill it this time. We could use your help. I want to help, I do, but I can't do much without supplies. She licks her lips, considering. I'll make you a deal. You hook me up with some medical supplies, and I'll join your mutiny. Isabel, you got anything that might help? She fishes a med kit out of her bag. and hands it to the woman. Here, don't waste it. I won't, and now I have a debt to repay. When you make your move on the Rat King, I'll be there to help. You've got my word on that. Good, head to the quarantine area and meet up with Cadmus. He'll let you know what to do. I have a few things to take care of here first, but I will. You have my word on it. Hi. You're back. He smiles down at Isabel, saluting with his glass. Tell me why. We're taking the sinking ship back from the Rat King. Will you help us? He shakes his head. No, I'm afraid not. I'm a lover, not a fighter. Ugh. I'm really regretting not taking socialite. This is what, the second or third time it's come up now? Today. 500 Nguyen could buy you a lot of brandy. Yes, it could. He snatches the cred stick out of your hand. Very well. When the fighting starts, I will do what I can. We'll leave you to your business. I am not opposed to making bribes. Until I don't have any money, that is. Gobbet, you're back. Hello, Yasmin. It's good to see you again. Yeah, you too. Where the hell have you been all these years? On a different boat, funny enough. Yaz, I'm a little out of the loop on what's happening here. Could you do me a solid and fill us in? Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about it, but I'll tell you what I know. Tell us what's been happening here. She looks uneasy. Well, we're all struggling to deal with the devil rat infestation. You probably know about them. With all the rats around, there aren't many volunteers for the maintenance crews anymore. It gets lonely out there. She abruptly stops talking, her cheeks flush red. That's it. That's all I have to say. Yaz, you're talking to me here, so tell me what's going on. I can't help you if I don't know what's happening. Yasmin's eyes dart up and down the hall, scanning for anyone who might be coming. Her hands begin to shake. After a moment, she leans toward Gobbet and lowers her voice to a whisper. Yeah, alright. She swallows. The raft is cursed. By the Rat King, you mean? Your brother told us all about it. Her voice comes out in a terrified whisper. Yeah, it has spies everywhere. Rats, those little monsters. The kind on two legs. If you don't do what it says, things happen to you, and it talks over the intercom using Malvina's voice, but it isn't her. I know, Yaz, one way or another, I'm going to kill it. The whisper changes, becomes fierce, her eyes burn with intensity. Good. She claps a hand over her mouth, her eyes wide, her entire body is shaking. Thanks, Yaz, that helps, believe it or not, it helps. She nods mutely, still struggling to calm herself. We're taking the ship back, Yasmin. We need your help. Her eyes go wide. Another mutiny. No, not me. Go to someone else. I saw what happened last time. Last time you didn't have me here. We're gonna kill the monster that stole Malvina's voice, Yaz. You've got my word on that. She stares at Gobbet long and hard. Finally, she acquiesces with a nod. Alright, Gobbet, I'm in. I'm terrified, but I'm in. Her voice breaks, but she continues on. I'm no fighter, you know that. I keep the ship afloat, and that's about it. But I'll do what I can to help. You'll be okay, Yasmin, I promise. Circle up with your brother. I'm sending everyone we can convince to help to meet up with him in the sick room. He'll tell you what to do from there. Ivan. The Rat King's people do that to you. No, I got caught in the crossfire. The mutineers did this to me, thought I was with the Rat King. All that I wanted to do was get home. Instead, my right eye only sees double now. Can hardly use my hands. The calmness of his voice belies the naked spite in his face. Thanks for asking. I know you're hurting, but there are other ways to help than fighting. Oh, I can fight. Don't you worry about that. He glances down at his bandaged hands. Might be best if I waited a week or two, but even in the state I'm in, I can hold my own. I used to be damn good with a blade, paid a pretty penny to have one. Custom forged for me even, that blade was a lovely thing. Useful in and out of a fight, I always liked that. It wasn't just a weapon, it was a tool as well. What happened to this blade of yours? Taken, lost... I don't know. He pulls a balisong knife from his back pocket, extends his arm, offering it to you. How about you, stranger? You handy with a blade. Damn. Any idea where it went? No, and even if I did, you'd think I'd tell a stranger where to find it. That blade was my most prized possession. If anyone's gonna find it, it's gonna be me. We're taking this raft back from the Rat King, and we need all the help we can get. Can we count on you? He chuckles. You're all fools. The last 2 mutinies failed, and yours will too. Even if you did have a chance, it was Cadmus and his boys that did this to me. You think I'm gonna cozy up with them? I'm sorry they hurt you, but like you said, you got caught in the crossfire. People get hurt in those situations. It happens. Cadmus would never intentionally harm you. The Rat King, on the other hand... I said no, I'm not putting my neck out for anybody. I'm gonna ride this thing out. And that's all there is to it. Please, we need your help. We can't do this alone. The Rat King could have you killed at a moment's notice, and it's only a matter of time before it does. Can't you see that? If you help us, I can make it worth your while. I have connections back in Kowloon. You're hard of hearing. I said no, and that's final. I'm not laying my life on the line for you, or for Cadmus or anyone else. Wake up. You're living in a war zone. Not choosing a side won't keep you safe. It'll get you killed. Isn't there anything I can say to change your mind? Nah, we're doing etiquette, Shadowrunner. He stares at you with his good eye. You're right. I know that. I know it better than most. But can't just pick up and leave. Nobody can. The Rat King won't let us. Then we have to kill the fucking thing, don't we? He stares at her with his good eye. It's subtle, but something in his expression changes, grows hard. You a killer girl? I do it for a living. We all do. Then maybe you've got a chance. He grits his teeth, gingerly touches the ruins of his collapsed eye socket. To hell with it, I'm in. When you make your move, I'll do what I can to help. You made the right decision. Go to Cadmus and wait for our signal. I will. Hello. The guard turns to face you. You're back. Why? The Rat King has ruled here for long enough. We're taking it down. We could use your help. Her eyes go wide. You'll get yourselves killed, even talking like that. You'll get me killed with you. Get the hell out of here right now. I won't take part in another damn mutiny. Think, how does it help you for the Rat King to stay in control? She screeches and bull rushes you. I warned you not to talk. It's my last trauma kit, yeah? Fuck. Oh well. Let's chuck a haste. On Gobbet, I guess. Alright, Gobbet. No. Oh. That's everyone that we can talk to about joining the mutiny? Cadmus, how do we get past the trap? When did all of this start? It must have been some time after Gobbet left. Nah, not long, maybe a week or so. We couldn't see it at the time, but it was happening. I would stake my life on it. I don't get this. Everything was fine when I left the raft. I mean, the vibe here had changed, but Malvina was still Malvina. If anything, she was even stronger than the woman I'd known. Yeah, she got strong, alright. Strong and mean. It started small, a couple months after Sui's mutiny. Malvina started proposing new rules. She said she was cracking down on infractions, keeping order to keep us safe, but over time those rules started piling up and gradually the punishment started getting worse. She became paranoid. Do you think the shiny object corrupted her somehow? Nah, I think that it gave her power and she corrupted herself. No judgment though, I think that in her place, a lot of us would do the same. That's what I mean. That's what I mean when I say that she had it in her all along. I think that she'd always been afraid, always used rules to protect herself. The trinket took that fear and focused it like a lens, and that opened the door to what she's become. He pauses, checks himself. I don't think that Malvina can even really be described as a she anymore. It is really a they. A friend is dead or changed or changed so much that she might as well be. And the things that and the things that are wearing her skin don't belong in this world. There's a trap room at the end of the hall. Know anything about it? Yeah, me and my crew built the thing. Let me guess. Malvina's orders? He nods. First thing she asked us to do after Sui's little rebellion. We started work on the thing the week after you left. Yasmin was in charge of the project. Can you tell us how to get past it? No. He coughs wetly into his sleeve. No, but Yaz can. She should be somewhere on this level. Go find her and tell her I sent you. We will. Thanks, Cad. He dabs specks of blood from his lips. Don't mention it. We should go. Hang in there, man. He grunts. Ain't going nowhere. Be safe. Back up here. Cadmus said you were in charge of building the trap at the end of the hall. Yeah, that was me. I didn't want to build the thing, but I did it to help Malvina, to keep us safe. I've regretted it ever since. We could really use your help, Yaz. We need to get below decks, and we need to do it in one piece. Can you help us get past the trap that you built? I think so. It's been a long time, but I think I remember what wires you need to snip to disarm the thing. She fumbles at a nearby table, grabs a napkin, then produces a greased pencil from her breast pocket and begins to draw. There's a hidden access panel in the floor. You'd never find it if you didn't know where to look. You snip these wires here and this one here, bypass this circuit. She scribbles on the napkin with a steady hand and then flip this lever. Do that and you're done. The trapdoor won't trigger and you won't get dumped into the killing pit. Killing pit? She passes the napkin to Gobbet. It's pretty much what you'd expect. She snatches the napkin from Yasmin's hand. Thanks, Yas. You don't know how badly we needed this. I can guess. Cadmus sent you to me after all. She smiles weakly. Best of luck. Leave you to your work. Yeah, thanks. And be careful out there. Alright. Find Malvina. Scuttle the sinking ship. Okay. Trap mechanism. The air is thicker in here, acrid. The stench clings to your tongue, sticks to the back of your throat. It smells like damp cardboard and stale urine. Gobbet surveys the room warily, her nose crinkling in disgust. She produces the napkin with Cadmus's instructions from her breast pocket and hands them to you. There you go, Seattle. You know what to do. Under her breath, you hear her muttering, "Let's hope Yaz knows her stuff." Following the grease pencil diagram, you locate the hunk of metal flooring with the slightly raised edge. Hooking your fingers under it, you lift to reveal a hidden access panel. That's a good sign. Follow Yasmin's instructions to disarm the trap. The instructions are surprisingly easy to follow. 3 snips with your pocket knife and a rewired connection later, the floor-spanning trapdoor has been disarmed. Lovely. Well, that was easy. She beams at you. Go on, Seattle. You take the lead. You've earned it. Gee, thanks. Down we go. That's a lot of blood. My guess is they died due to fall damage. Delightful. Scuttling charge. Stepping into this room is like wading into the killing floor of a slaughterhouse. There isn't an inch of ground that isn't caked with spilled blood. The stench that floods into your nostrils is as overpowering as it is vile. It is the stench of rotten beef and stale vomit, of warm blood poured into a chemical toilet and left out in the sun to cook. The buzzing of flies in your ears helps bring you back to your senses. Blinking against the light, you see stacks of moldering trash piled nearly to the ceiling. The piles of dead bodies are stacked nearly as high. Focus on the bodies. None of these people died cleanly, not a one. In one way or another, each carcass has been ripped apart. Some have been riddled with bullets, others have been sliced open with blades or shredded by chisel-like teeth. The end result is always the same, another fresh corpse, its eyes frozen open in agony and surprise. Gobbet's jaw drops in horror, her eyes move slowly from atrocity to atrocity, her cheeks draining of color. No, not Simon. Oh, rat, no, this. Gobbet grasps her away to finish her thought. She doesn't find one. I'm sorry, Gobbet, I know these people were your friends. A lot of them were, some I didn't know. Her eyes remained locked on the nearest pile of corpses. They all deserved better than this. The Rat King is supposed to be down on this level. That means we're headed in the right direction. After seeing this, I don't think this raft is worth saving. We should go back to my original plan, Seattle. Let's send this thing to the bottom. That's where it belongs. You can't do that, Gobbet. We've already told Cadmus that we're going to help him. He's been getting the other mutineers ready to fight, not to evacuate. If we sink this thing now, they might not even make it off the boat. We'll tell them that we've changed our minds using the alarm system. They'll make it out, trust me. We made a promise, Gobbet. I think that we should keep it. Or, I'm with Gobbet. Let's send this thing to the bottom and the Rat King with it. We made a promise, Gobbet. I think that we should keep it. She sighs. I think it's a stupid idea, Seattle. But if you really want to do this, then I'll help you get it done. At least this way, I'll get to look the Rat King in the eye when I kill it. Damn right. If we're going to do this, I need to find Malvina's old cabin. It should be west of here. Got it. I'll have to get the shiny object away from the Rat King. If we want to kill it, that's probably going to be tricky. I don't think that she'll just let me saunter up and take it. If she did, this wouldn't be any fun. We do tricky things every day. We can handle this too. You've stolen the shiny object twice already. Third time's the charm, right? Yeah, 3 makes a list. She rolls her shoulders, exhales heavily. Alright, let's do this. Alright, oh, for the love of fuck. Just wanna haste people? Because I've got no fucking health, I can't. Damn it. I thought that Gobbet was far enough away. I'm sad now. Rude. Okay. by me just making it easier for people to actually kill things. Alright. That makes me worried. Oh. I'll fucking take it. Why not? What's up your butt, kitty cat? Yeah, that's concerning. Alrighty. Let's try this door. Okay. Oh. Oh, relay switch box hangs off the wall. Plastic exterior of the case is broken in numerous places, and a jumble of wires spill out of the cracks. This must be the shipboard alert system, or what's left of it. Your eyes are drawn to the large lever marked alarm. Pull the lever once to signal you're scuttling the raft. Pull the lever twice to signal that Cadmus should start his mutiny. I'm gonna step back. Huh? Oh. I need to come back for that. So, I'm probably fucking this up completely. But I'm guessing because the only other room that I can get into now is this one. So starting the mutiny is probably a good plan at this point. The alarm system blares once, then twice. The sound is ear-splitting. Moments later, the distant sounds of gunshots filter down from above. Gained 1 karma. The door is heavy. It could easily be barred to prevent outside intrusion, but instead it stands ajar. It's almost as if it's inviting you in. That's Malvina's old cabin, the seat of power for the sinking ship. That's where the Rat King is going to be. Once we go in there, we're going to be in this. There's no changing our minds after we've picked a fight with that thing. What do you say, Red? Are we doing this or not? Enter the Rat King's throne room. You know what we're going to do? We're going to save now because I foresee this going terribly. Because this is going to be a proper boss fight, and I have no health. And that is what we call a corpse wearing a rat. Sorry, wearing a dress made of rats with glowy purple eyes. That's horrific. Damn, got close. The thing that looms over you is horrifying, a twisted amalgamation of woman and swarm, knotted and tied together into a single whole. Gobbet! The creature's voice is unnerving, 1,000 rumbling voices, all interwoven and laid over the top of Malvina's crisp, cultured speech. You have returned to us, little mouse, you and the instigator of our own ascendancy. Sorry, you, the instigator of our own ascendancy. The Rat King shifts its gaze to a nearby altar. A gleaming red stone has been ensconced within. The keystone, the source of our unity, the font of power that makes us strong. Your gift to us, little mouse, you gave us what we needed to bring this raft to order. Gobbet's nose crinkles in revulsion. On her shoulders, madness and folly chitter and shriek. Save the speech, Malvina, or whatever you are. I'm not here to talk. The new body isn't doing you any favors. By the way, you look like a furry tree stump. The creature leans forward into the light, a fine-featured face with high cheekbones and piercing eyes stare down at you. The carpet of living vermin that bury the rest of Malvina's head and neck struggle and shriek. Our new body is beautiful, is beauty itself, unity of biology, unity of purpose. Say nothing. What are you? Sorry, what you are is an idiot. You saw what Sui let loose with the shiny object, and you decided to keep using it anyway. If that isn't stupid, I don't know what is. The thing's voice grows to a roar, and you hear other sounds folded into it. The cacophonous gibbering babble of things gone mad. We are order out of chaos, the death of entropy, a glorious unity. Oh, fuck this. She pulls back the slide on her weapon. We're here to kill this thing, not let it talk us to death. Attack the Rat King. Damn right. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh man, I'm out. So what is the thing? Does Gobbet have the specific? Gobbet, you pop over here. No. Alright. That actually work? Yes. Wonderful. Good to know that you can't stack the haste buff thing in this one. Okay. Summon. Lovely. Oh, shit. Yep. Cool. Down I go. Alrighty. Gobbet needs to grab the shiny thing. Isabel needs to pick me up off the floor. Alright, rat buddy. Oh, that was nice. Yeah, I know this is bad, Isabel, but please. Thank you. Gobbet. Grab the thing. Rat King shrieks as Gobbet lifts the shiny object in her hands. Its voice, you can hear the echo of 1,000 inhuman beings. This is interesting. She hugs the shiny object to her chest, her bare hand caressing the stone. I can feel Mina's control over the rats. It's like 1,000 strings connecting her to them. And it feels like one of the Rat King's servitors shudders in place. Slowly, seemingly against its own will, it lifts its head to stare at you. I can tug at those strings. Malvina's cultured voice is overtaken by the inhuman roars of the other things that share her body. We will rend you all to pieces, tear your flesh to shreds. Gobbet dances back, cradling the shiny object like a newborn baby. She begins to laugh. Buy me a little time, Seattle. I'm still getting used to this thing, but if you give me a minute or two, those demon rats will be mine. I can do that. Summon's gone. Shit. Alright. If you'll excuse me. I have this, little spot that I need to go. Which is away from all this shit. Isabel! Do you pop over here? Wasn't expecting it to jump targets. Can it not move? Oh, it can. Hey Malvina, I've got something of yours. Okay. No way to heal. Okay. You're on full health, but you don't have the shield anymore. Oh, the rats are on our side. Okay. Sorry. I missed that. Mark. Actually move into cover. Shoot. Lovely. Yeah, haste is on cooldown, unfortunately. Okay. You. Get him. You. Damn it. I ended right in it. Alright, buddy. You go there. Get him. Yeah, that's fair. One, two, three. Love it. The Rat King's body shudders and convulses. As you watch, the living carpet of devil rats that forms the majority of its bulk begin to writhe. Malvina opens her mouth to speak, but you'll never know what she was going to say. The only sound that escapes her throat is a long, ragged scream. With a dawning horror, you come to realize that what you're looking at, the devil rats that surrounded Malvina are turning inward. Oh, they're eating her. She's being eaten alive. Yep. Gobbet stares dead-eyed at her former friend as the swarm that is bound to her rips her body apart. Black blood spurts in rivers to the aluminium-lined floor. Yes, I know it's spelled aluminum because American spelling of aluminium is wrong. Come on, Gobbet, let's get the hell out of here. Yeah, come on, Gobbet, let's get the hell out of here. You go if you want to. I'm watching this. I owe Malvina that much. The ghastly feast unfolding before you continues long after Malvina's screams have died away. Finally satisfied, Gobbet nods to you. The raft is ours. It's over. Her PDA buzzes. She glances down at it, then turns the screen so that you can see. Cadmus's grim visage fills the screen. I don't know what you just did, but whatever it was, it worked. Those rat things turned on Malvina's loyalists. He wheezes into his mask, gulping in purified air, and when they got done eating him, they started eating each other. Gobbet stares down at the shiny object that she holds clutched in her hands. Yeah, I know, I told them to, right after I did the same to the Rat King. Malvina's dead, Cad. You did good, Gobbet. You and your friends. We won. Come up topside. A celebration is in order. She shakes her head. No Cad, no celebrations, and no milling around. You can keep this place. I'm done with it. Too many bad memories. And besides all that, you've got a hell of a mess on your hands. I'll be damned if I'm gonna help clean it up. You've already helped us clean up, Gobbet. We'll always owe you for that. Yeah, well, let's not make a big thing out of it. Goodbye, Cad. And good luck. She flicks the PDA off. The screen goes dark. Captain Jomo is still waiting for us outside. Ready to go home? Beyond ready, she passes the shiny object from one hand to the other, scowling. And this stupid thing is taking a one-way trip to the bottom of the bay. Good call. Sure you don't want to sell it? You could probably get good money for that thing. Oh my god, my nose, why? You could hang on to it yourself if you wanted. You know how powerful that thing is. Nah. We're not gonna convince her to keep it. Good call. Come on, Seattle, let's go home. Captain Jomo's speedboat carries you away from the sinking ship, now liberated from the tyranny of the Rat King once and for all. The shiny object rests with Malvina's bones at the bottom of Hung Hom Bay. Gobbet stares back at the raft as it recedes into the distance. Her expression is at once happy and sad. Isabel takes her hand, and together they turn away. Haoi grows closer. You're going home. Yeah, that's rough. Burned through 3 revives. That's probably my personal best. I don't have the health to warrant the good ones though, so like... Gained 8 karma? What are we sitting on? 17? Don't mind me. Alright. We just need 6 more karma. I can max out charisma. Glorious. Alright. Save game. Alright. With that, I'm gonna finish up for today because we've been going 5 hours. Thank you everyone for coming along. I do hope you enjoyed. In the meantime, I've been Red. There's various things that you can do if you would like to know when I go live. There is the Discord. I usually post about half an hour before I go live with stream. There is the handy dandy follow button here on Twitch. It's handy. There is also the Twitter/X. It gets the same post as the Discord. Roughly about 30 minutes before I go live. As always, you can click on these things or you cannot. I'm not your dad. I can't tell you what to do. Besides which, if you would like to watch any of the previous streams, we have a handy dandy YouTube channel. It has all of the streams that I've done since March, when I started streaming again. Anyway, so I believe I mentioned at the end of the stream on Friday as well that I was going to put a poll up for what to play after Shadowrun Hong Kong. I have been since reminded that this is the extended edition of Shadowrun Hong Kong, and yeah, there's a post game bit that I have to do afterwards, so this may be a couple weeks still. But I believe I have 1 or 2 jobs left. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to double check it real quick. I have literally 2 jobs left, and then... Sorry, I have the Dreamland job, and then I think I have to go steal the data and tissue samples, and that's the next, like, main story quest. But yeah. Thanks for coming along, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I am going to stop rambling, and I'm going to head out. Have a good one in the meantime. Okay, bye-bye.